the Hall of Fame. Big box, say yo.
Y'all must have forgot.
Y'all must have forgot.
Attention. Friends came in at 1 p.m.
This is a mega.
It's a weekly wrap-up.
It's paydays.
Judge on the panel.
Very competitive.
John!
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Fight.
Yo, hey girl, it's Leah Dishan and welcome to, why do I feel like I've been gone for a minute? It's been 8 days with the weekly wrap up, shiggity work, shiggity show, when the boot is in. Ding, 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 ding. Kaboom. Do you know what it is? It's because last week, when I was shiny on the field, I did have my, my little soundboard. So I think that's what, I love her. Guys, how have you been? What a turn of events. We've got a lot to jab it up. What a difference 7 days make. What a difference 8 days, 7 days, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days. In the world of boxing, what a difference 24 hours. What a difference 24 minutes make in the world of boxing. Good, bad, the ugly and indifferent. But, we are here. And where are we? We're at the weekly wrap-up. Shiggity, where? Shiggity show. Yeah, that's right. Let me get so I can do members only roll call. Okie dokes. Let's get it. No. Today was a hot day in London. Oh, a warm day. Oh, very warm. We've had back-to-back rain. I mean, I'm sure there's more to come. But yeah, you're going to see me getting eaten alive with the, the mosquitoes. Ah, God. It's a hard not life for Shan. Spoiling. It's a decent life. Okie dokes. So let's get ready and let's do the members only. Okie dokes. So we have Donald Banks. GP. E Black. Team Fatty. Love you, Fatty. TMBN. Andre Noble. Eric J. Sean Antonio. Reese Walters. Nino Nation. Ahmed. Born Vex. Everyone hates off. MT. Actual Hechos. Ya te sabes. En el edificio. Daniel Agnew. Decaution J. Carl Young in the building. Dinero Sparta, are you in the building? Mr. Pads in the building. Cooking with Sir Senior in the building. Carl Anderson in the building. Expect the unexpected in the building. Dan 1983 in the building. Ricky Ricardo, mi hermano in the building. Modern King Boxing, what up? King Wrong with John in the building. Mark Liberty Nash TV, what up, Mark? In the building. Zara K, what up, gal? In the building. Introducing the fight, fair. In the building. Don't touch your bum in the building. Dub right side in the building. Stephen T, Lisa Bales, the queen that never fails in the building. Nestor Bedford in the building. What up, blood? What up, gangster? Retro boxing and documentaries, blood boxing in the building. Conchonery in the building. Harlem's finest, my sister R to the left in the building. D-Star Boxing, mi hermano también in the building. AJLJ in the building. Charlie in the building. King TJ in the building. Upload el primero de personas en el edificio. And last but not least, Wales' finest, Dr. P in the building. Woo! And if you would like to join the Shadowholics, you know what to do. You hit the button. You know how to do it. Or you can even gift us some memberships.
Me bar rat-a-tat-a-tat-a brain splatter. What's the matter? Just start up, don't try. Move the body, try scatter. Pick pattering up all over your body. Now you bruise and batter, tap, shatter. You never should have Allah.
You never should have Allah. Let's get this. Let me just actually just quickly put this on so we can, you know, get this. One sec. Hope you guys have had a great day. And we've had a great last couple of days, I'd say, of boxing, haven't we? For sure. We had boxing on a Monday, and it was. So we're gonna dive into that one. I'll tell you. Let me just quickly do this little bit of housekeeping, and we're good to go. Go to good. That's the settings we always want to be on. Good settings. Okay, so let's do that, and then we shall get the. Okay, let's start a poll here. Have you hit the like? Have you hit the like? Have you subscribed? Because some of you lot just like to watch me anytime I pop on. But guess what? You're not subscribing. You're not hitting the like. You can hit the dislike as well. You can do that as well. You know, hit the like. Did you hit the like? Did you hit the like? Did you hit the like? Yes. No, I'm a hater. Come on, I'll put no, I'm a hater. Okie doke. Okie doke. Hey. Right. I'm introducing. 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 It's AJLD, it's Alex, and King of King. Ding, 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 ding. What up, guys? Kaboom. What up, guys? Let me just do the back of my head. What up, guys?
Hey, Sham. What's up, AJ?
Okay. What up, man?
Kenny came slightly, he's slightly late, but he'll be joining us. Actually, so, oh God, we've got many a thing to talk about, haven't we? Oh God.
Yeah, where to start, man? A lot happened.
We're gonna. So we go from, obviously we're gonna have to take it back to a little somebody popping little dirty doity. Yeah. I don't think we spoke about that, did we? Did we speak about that? Did we? Because last week that way he hadn't popped yet, has he? Or did he? No, he hadn't popped yet.
No, he hadn't popped yet.
No, he didn't. No.
Yeah. So so we have to catch up on that, Jack. So let me just get the banner. So those people that are joining us, they'll know what the show's about, even though they can see it on the thingamajig. On the Canelo Canelo. We're going to speak about Canelo, honey, as well. We're going to speak about, there's a couple of things on the docket. So Canelo says, nobody at this weight beats me. Nobody. This is what Canelo's saying. I am the best. So, we got a... Canelo says he is the motherfucking best in el edificio. Best. And then we had, the great fight on Monday, which was just Naoya. I know, his name it's such a nice name, but it's kind of difficult to say. Naoya Inoue. Pound for pound, numero uno. Oh, we're going to speak about that. Pound for pound, one. No, shall I put number one? Number one, like that. Not Public Enemy, number one. Hang on. And then we'll do... yeah, Shan, you're live. Okay. Canelo versus Crawford. And then we've got it already saying the weekly rapper shiggity show. Okay, that is there. You know, I gotta start wearing my glasses. A bitch be blind as a bat. A bat's even like, girl, I can see better than you. Go ahead. There we go. Make sure it says, look, see, say he. Look, it says. See, little glitch there. This is what happens when you don't wear the glasses. You miss out a little letter or two. Says. So, to make sure everything else is coolio again. Okie dokes. There we go. Ah, kaboom. Sorry about that. Okay, so let me just write down what we are going to be talking about. So, obviously, last week, Monday, we did the show. And Ryan hadn't popped yet, had he? No, he hadn't popped yet. And naughty old Ryan, clenbuterol, no, Osterine and Nandrolone.
Oh my! Oh, that was in his system. Oh, that stuff he was in his system.
Yeah. Failed drug test. Yeah. So, I guess it's yeah, he's just like, listen, get away out of here.
Get the fuck out of here, man. It's my night.
Hate it.
Yeah, the drug seats are in the booties. He's like, listen, we gotta keep it a buck. Old Nello popped for the clem. Like I said, you got to be a pharmaceutical. I could get it. I'm sure I qualify. If I just take my medical exams, I think I'd pass. I think I could be a doctor just on the premise of, or I could at least be a pharmacist, at least, because I know all the names of these drugs since being in the sport. Trust me, it's fucking crazy. So yeah, so he popped for Nandrolone and Osterine. So we are going to start. Let's get
Round 1. Fight.
Woo! Let's go.
Well.
I'm trying to be quiet all up here.
Sorry.
So as we know,
trying to gather my thoughts.
you're trying to collect them because of the gall, the audacity of this guy that was talking about he beat Devin Haney fair and square. Well, he's come out and record. By the way, the B sample, as we knew, it failed. The B sample is the same as the A sample. The failure's in the booty. So yeah.
Well, on the one hand, I'm not too surprised because this kind of happens pretty frequently now in boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Then on the other hand, if he needs to be held accountable, there needs to be consequences for this, because because I think Shan, you stressed this way, he could have really hurt Devin Haney in that fight. So it's just a shame that he needed an edge to get this done. It looks like I still probably with the same tactics, if he made weight, without nothing, still could have won or would have been closer. But
still won. He could have. Now we will never give him that credence because
now we'll never know because now the win's in question.
Yeah, we won't know now. And obviously, you thought you couldn't win without cheating. So that says a lot about where you felt, what you thought, or what you thought about Devin Haney. You didn't think that you could beat him on a
because
fair.
now the win is further tainted because it's not enough that you had to come in, overweight to begin with.
Right.
I mean, but now you found all this shit in your systems, like, come on, man. like really, it's just a shame. It really is. And it seems from his demeanor, he doesn't really care,
No, because he's mocking it, making light of
making the situation, So
and saying that Victor Conte, it's him. I mean, there's so much that you could cover in this. It's just like we'd have a show for about 5 hours. I mean, how can I put it? So let me just ask you guys. We all know where Victor Conte came from. We all know this, right? And I'm sure a lot of the people that watch this channel knew about the Victor Conte and the Balco and all of that, right? Yay or nay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, your stance. Let me just get your stances on Victor, because there's no wrong or right answer, by the way. It's literally just your stance. What's your stance with Victor Conte being in the sport of boxing? Because I'll tell you mine after you tell me yours.
Mine, it really means nothing. I really don't. I mean, he has no involvement in the situation whatsoever. I mean, he's part of Snack or Back or whatever. But whatever he says, I really don't pay attention to. If I'm being honest with you. So whatever commentary he gives, I really don't pay attention to that guy at all. Nothing against him. Victor Conte, Victor Conte. Yeah.
So okay. So with him being in the sport,
I'm indifferent on what he says. Really, I really don't pay attention to what he says much. I really don't think he gives any relevance to any situation, who pops or just whatever else. So, not unless he's directly involved with the fighter themselves. In this case, he wasn't, right? So it's like, okay, who gives a shit what you got to say, bro? Who cares?
Okie dokes. And King of King.
It's not the greatest thing, but the truth be told, that I guess my issue is the fact that he's been able to parlay a business off a criminal reputation, and it's kind of some bullshit because if he was a certain ilk type of person, he could have did that. He would be kicked out of sports, period. But as far as it reflects on the fight, truth be told, Ryan Garcia was a part of Snack at one period of time. So if he wants to, it's really irrelevant, because I'm going to be honest. He's basically using that reputation that he made in his criminal past to sell a product that's really not nothing. It just isn't. It's more just like a training and some vitamins and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter that Ryan brought that up, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, because first of all, you were in the juice gym. We know, notorious gym for people using juice, and you were part of the Snack program. So anything that, but Snack was even like, Devin Haney didn't even have Snack involved in this particular fight.
First of all, I just want to keep it we're going to get into that. I just want to keep it first. Your soul.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, as far as him being in boxing, I like I said, it does suck that somebody can parlay a criminal history into a business like that. But also at the same time, this is no different than I don't know if you guys ever saw the old con artist movie about the guy that was faking his age and pretending he was a doctor, and then later on he went to work for the FBI. Sometimes the best person to monitor cheating is a former person that was helping people cheat, because they know what everything to look for. So I could kind of see the benefit of him being in boxing, because it's kind of hard to pull the wool over his shoulder. He knows all the tricks.
So that's what I say. So when there's things like when the FBI are looking for a serial killer, and they've already got a worldwide renowned serial killer, and they found him, and he's been banged up for a few years or decades or whatever, a la Silence of the Lambs, that kind of vibe. The FBI tend to go to the serial killer to find the serial killer that they're looking for, because that serial killer is obviously the serial killer. So they have to tap into the mind of use the serial killer to help them. People, like you said, people that are cheaters will know how to find other cheaters. So my stance, even though Victor Conte, where he's come from, this has always been the thing that in any genre, any industry, that you have to get even if it's the bad guy to help you find for the greater good, to find the other bad guys. So I don't have a problem with Victor Conte being in the sport of boxing. How else are you going to find people trying to finagle the system unless you get the grand finagler?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So if you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't care that Victor Conte's in the sport.
Yeah, but it's like I said, I'm indifferent. I really doesn't matter to me. So I mean, if he can help a harm a situation, yeah, it's cool. If he can help a situation, cool. If he can harm it, whatever it is, what it is. So
yeah, and kind of without Victor Conte, we've seen all these fighters go on. Oh, I did this and I didn't do that, and that's not possible. I couldn't have did it like this because this. And Victor Conte, he'll come out on Twitter and he'll come and just checkmate everything and go, well, that's not true and that's not true. He's the expert opinion. So
Yep.
if we didn't have a Victor Conte, we'd have people that are just like guessing, or scientists. Like you need the mastermind. You need the criminal mind for the greater good. I know it's crazy, but it's kind of an oxymoron. You need the bird.
Because everybody left over is just a spin off of him. Like he's the original. It's like if you guys want the source of the juice, then you talk to the juice man. And like I said, his knowledge, like some of this stuff, to be honest, like people probably you probably want to think, because that's why Vada's so efficient at catching people. Like, to be honest, like there's a lot of, like, we can go back and some of the guys that got caught later in time probably were doing stuff before.
Right.
And because he set up a group, and everybody knows, that's why everybody says, oh, we'll put Vada Test in it, because they know they got all the skills to find everything. Like literally they can find everything. So like you said, whatever he did in the past, like, so be it. But like say, he's finagled it into being something that you can't pull the wool at. Like, I know all the tricks, bro, because I wrote the book. You can't tell me what's in the book I wrote.
Right. Exactly. So that's where I was going with that. And them try and just the fact that all of a sudden because Ryan he must be the fucking face of boxing, because anybody else that pops and you read from their script of I didn't only do this, I'm clean and da 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 da. They're usually like, oh, told, oh, shut up. They're literally looking to actually look into Victor Conte, into Vada. Like, what? All for Ryan Garcia? Are you lot tripping out? Have you lot bumped your head? He must be that powerful that he says, nah, man, these lot are all against me. Victor Conte's this, and this one's that, and Devin Haney's that. And now there's like, I'm sure there's going to be some grand inquiry.
Well, yeah, I mean, what struck me as odd as well, like after this happened, I noticed that there was a certain contingent on Twitter and just that were really jumping in to defend Ryan. That were like really in his defense, like before like anything had even happened. And I'm like, what? It's like I was this guy. I didn't know this guy had this kind of fan base, because like before like any evidence he was cleared or anything. They're just I think the space even happened where like they were just slating Devin Haney, and I gotta wonder, it's like the people who were just supporting Ryan, like, do they just really don't like Devin? I guess. I mean, is it really genuine, like, just like for Ryan, or are they just like doing this because like it's just due to other reasons, because like, I mean, the same thing with Canelo was like, what's funny when he popped way back when years ago, it's like he really didn't suffer any consequences. He got a 6-month ban, because then like Canelo when he popped, so it's like nothing really. He really didn't suffer any penalties or consequences. He just got a 6-month ban, and he was back more or less.
Yeah.
So and like not the same thing here. So like, is the same thing gonna like happen here?
May do.
I don't know.
We have a contingent of individuals that this is the problem with, especially like I didn't really fool with Twitter till recently, because I kind of wanted to see, because I always hear people saying like stuff. So I'm like, let me go in here, look, and I'm gonna tell you guys, if you want your IQ to drop, be on there for an hour a day and you will instantly become dumber, because there's so many people that just blurt out things. They don't have no facts or anything. Just like if you were in a crowd, if we were in a crowd and there was two crazy men just yelling out random stuff, banana cream pie, you wouldn't pay no attention to them. You like, these dudes are crazy. And that's literally Twitter. Like, most of the people don't have the same people that'll sit there and call somebody else out and talk about, well, where's your facts? Well, guess what? He got the most factual thing you could have, a failed drug test. And then Ryan is so disingenuous. He's just straight out lying, talking about, well, if I got, no, he knows full well it takes 3 or 4 days after you get a sample. And he's on there trying to, like, so any dummy that listens to them, it's just
audience, yeah,
it's just a joke. So like, people that are defending that crap, they're defending the recklessness of society, because just look at him as a person. What is there to look up to? Like, he's just a clown. Like, what? There's nobody that's on there that will ever have a kid and say, I want my kid like Ryan Garcia, unless they're a weirdo. I mean, that's it.
So that's the truth. No one wants their kid like Ryan.
Yeah, but I know he's a grown man and everything, but his behavior is very, very peculiar.
Yeah, and I always said if his behavior was, if this was the act, that means that him being able to pull off an act like this already shows that he's not all there anyway. Whether it's, you have to be sick to even pretend to be sick. Sick like for what he did. It wasn't an act.
Advantage of something that is only afforded to him, because I promise you, if Devin Haney was acting the same way, he would get eviscerated by everybody. So it's a joke. Like, people want to talk about there's not favoritism shown to certain people, but it is. If Devin acted that same way, this dude, he would get slammed all the time. He needs to be humble and all this crap.
If Devin was acting crazy, the book would have been thrown at him. Listen, Linda, the book would have been, it's one rule for one and another rule for it. We all know that. That's that. And it's like the guy that's did everything right is being torn as the bad guy. They're like, look, you know how Ryan's test was, dude, because straight away as the results came out, Devin was on ESPN. Yeah, but you know how quick it takes to get onto ESPN if you're like, the test results come out, whatever, 2 days later, you're on ESPN. We're not in fucking 1898 where we have to send fucking messages by carrier pigeon.
So that's what remote link. They just send the camera, because like, people got cameras at their house. They can link up.
He was in the studio.
Even then.
Yeah, we could come to the studio if we want. It's, you've got your studio there. I'm in Vegas. One's in Vegas. That's the Vegas studio. Let's go. What? That people are pissed off. I wasn't when Ryan was doing his little stupid little when he's got his bless highly favored like stupid rap song, which it's not too bad in a stupid way. When you accept it for what it is, it could be worse, because there's people that are topping the charts right now that are supposed to be, real rappers, and their shit's trash. So, like, this just sets the benchmark of what's happening in our era at the minute. Every quality's low on every side, so maybe that's why I just think this is not too bad, because everything is just trash. But I mean, listen. I just think it's just clear and evident to see that Ryan Garcia has tapped into his drones, his minions, and he just knows they're just idiots. They're idiots, and he's feeding them.
Yeah, but he knows his fan base will support him whatever he does. So pretty much, and honestly, it's like, oh man, it's like fan base. It's just fans like that are really frustrating. They could be. It's like no matter what they do, you just because matter of fact, I went to a watch party over the weekend, right?
Right.
For the Canelo fight, and I met a bunch of new people, and like most of them are casuals. Can you believe I was talking to this one guy, and he's still in the Fury Wilder rematch came up, right? The second fight. This guy thinks Fury cheated. And I tried to explain to him like why he didn't cheat. Like, even though I'm not the biggest Tyson Fury fan, he didn't cheat. I mean, his gloves weren't loaded, did this and that. But no, this guy still he thinks he's believing all this nonsense from the Wilderettes. Like how his gloves were loaded and all the excuses. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Seriously, he didn't cheat, man. You know what I mean? I mean, but that's just an example.
Yeah, of fan bases that will listen. Yeah, God.
That's why I realized, like, okay, if you think he cheated, fine. Like, there's no point in arguing with this guy. You know what I'm saying? I just bet him. It is what it is. Fine. You want to believe that? Go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
But
But
you
it's not
just
going to
gotta
stop.
have
It's not going to stop Wilder from getting his ass whooped by Zhang in a month.
you
So
gotta have your universal truth and just understand, like, I mean,
Comprehension of
but
logic.
here's the thing about it is if you this is what people don't, because you guys are like, unfortunately, we dealing with the most immoral group of people that have ever existed. They just don't care about anything. If your shit should be consistent. If I drown Ryan Garcia for being a cheater, a scumbag, and all this stuff, like I said, if Devin Haney was the same way, I would drown him the same way. Because we all know
thank
there's
you,
like,
okay, same,
regardless
me
of
too,
what their
same thing.
color is or who they're with, because I have certain feelings towards people. It's the same rules. Like, bro, like you cheated, you got caught, that B simple came back, like, bro, it was obvious. And then now we're gonna play this game. So I really hope that Devin and his dad play the long game and they go ahead and sue this dude, because hit this the guy where the money is, because he got paid for cheating and we gotta set a precedent. And this was, at least this was in New York, so maybe it's a possibility he might get a significant ban, but I mean, that's the only way you got to deal with, because it's a clown fest. And anybody, like I said, any of them people that they're defending him are deplorable. They're beneath you, like, you know what I'm saying?
100%.
It's just I'm not like God, I pray for him. Hopefully it'll work out. That's all I can say.
Yep. I mean, but KOK, you took the words out of my mouth, but I was going to say the same thing. I mean, if Devin was in a situation, my energy wouldn't change. Same thing for him. I mean, like, ped cheats need to be penalized. They need to suffer the consequences.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, like I said, we still got to weigh the damage that was done to Devin. Even with this vindication and stuff, like, bro, he took them shots with a guy that was juiced up, and I don't know if people really understand the significance of when, like, this, like the off-string's one thing, but that Nedrolone, man, that's a needle in the ass. That ain't no accident there, bro. You intentionally taking like one of the strongest. It's Deca. It's one of the strongest steroids you could take. Some stuff that like Ronnie Coleman and them take, bro, and they're like 300 pounds and shredded. This dude was taking this before a fight with fists that are already deadly weapons because you're a boxer, and then you made them even more deadly. Like I said, he got to get his come up, man. I really like, if he should get done like Big Dummy and be out of boxing for like 3 or 4 years and show up and get an ass whooping, and then we don't have to ever see you again. Like, that's pretty much what it is. That's the level of cheating he's been committed. He shouldn't touch a ring for years. Period.
It's probably not going to happen though.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I said, yeah, I hope they do that. I hope they do like ban him for about minimum 2 years. But you guys are a bit softer than us here. Here, he would be getting a 2-year ban. If that
I mean, like, everywhere except the U.S., like, boxing laws are more stringent and strict. I mean, like the penalties are more like hefty, they're more severe. Like here it's like, you pop there. Okay, there you go. You can have another fight somewhere, because the thing is, we have a lot of states who have different commissions and different rules.
Yeah.
So that's the problem, you know. So
yeah, you got to have. I think what you guys need to have is just one universal.
We all need to be like unified, like universal commission, like their rules over everyone. Pretty much, they have the same rules.
We have a federal commission, but it doesn't do it. It's like the most toothless organization. It's the American Boxing Company. It doesn't do anything though.
American Boxing.
It's actually like, I remember back in the day, McCain was like saying we need to get like because he was a big boxing fan, and he felt like they needed to like a federal, like that govern everything commission, and they have one, but I just think it doesn't have any power to do anything because you only hear about him.
Right.
Oh yeah, that was when he was investigating the mob in boxing, right?
Yeah. I wish he could have got that through. He would have cleaned up a lot of boxing if he could have got that through, man.
Yeah. Okay, jokes. Well, just to let them know where we are, it's the weekly wrap up. Shiggity word. That fan on, dying. Okay, so I've heard the B sample has come through. As we know, it's failed because the B is the A. take the P, they put some in A, and some in B. So it's very rare. I think there's only been 2 cases, and one wasn't even in boxing, that the B sample, I think that was in, I want to say, might have been cycling. Cyclists, like, you know, the cyclists, not the cyclists, but the cyclists on the real bike. That may have happened, and I think maybe once in boxing or twice. So, you know, yeah. And listen, this wasn't an Eddie Hearn card, guys.
No,
If
it
Eddie
wasn't.
Hearn had all that power, he would have been able to get off Dillian White, Conor Benn, and all Conor N. You know, he couldn't get it. But don't you think he'd be able to finagle and get Varda on his side for his own fighters? Couldn't do it, and he's still now paying the ramifications for literally defending, going tooth and nail Conor Benn, which he should have never done. You should have supported him in private, because you're doing all of this shit in public, and now that they've won this, they've won the appeal. Now all of a sudden, when you ask him about it, it's like,
Chad, you remember Gerald Miller confronted Eddie Hearn, and he pulled him up on like why he didn't support him and he supported Conor Benn, and Eddie straight up told him it's because I actually believe him.
Shut your mouth anyway. We don't care what you got to say.
Is that we'll probably never know. You have to make your own decisions and judgments, which is sometimes dangerous. Was he cheating? Was he unlucky? Either way, his reputation is tarnished forever. Because it doesn't matter. You fail a drugs test, you fail a drugs test. You look at his physique on the scales for last Golovkin.
You remember saying that, Eddie? I bet Eddie, do you remember the words he was talking about his Canelo love? He didn't realise, you know, in like 5 years later, you'd have Canelo and stuff. So be careful what you say. And then 5 years later, you know, you got Conor Benn and all of that as well. Oh, all of my people will let it go. What up, Fatty? Hey, Fatty. And he has done the nicest thing that he always comes through and does. He's gifted some members. Let's go. Fatty is gifted 5 memberships. So if you're in there, it's a roulette. It's a roulette there. Everybody go on, try and grab one virtually. Thank you, Fatty, for gifting 5 memberships. You gifted a hell of a lot last time as well. I appreciate you. Mwah. Besos para ti. And also we've got another super chat there. Where was it? How do we do it on this? Because you know it splits it into oh, there you go. There you go. Hang on, it splits it. Where did you go? That's interesting. Jarquay, where did you go? Hang on, let's find Jarquay. Because I said I'll do it in a minute, didn't I, Jar? There you go. It usually says them. I don't know why it was trying to hate on you, Jar. It was trying to hate. There you go. Dropping up $2 on your girl. One of the best channels on YouTube. I appreciate that, Jar. And one of the best people on YouTube that I know. And as well, you're a darling. Thank you so much for your donation. Massively appreciated. Okay, so have we wrapped up on the drug cheat? So where does he go from here? Yeah, because I think we talked about it when we had Akeem on last week, which was a load of fun having Akeem on last week. Bronze medalist, you know, that's how we do on Come Box with Shan. And I think we spoke. I'm just off the thing where I don't care where Ryan goes. Just get him out. when you're out and you've served your ban, I'm gonna watch you when you come back. I've done that with everybody. I've did it with Canelo, even though that was by the time I went to sleep and Canelo's ban was over. You know what I mean? But so I didn't really even notice that was a ban, but I still watched Canelo. You know, watch Tyson Fury. We still watch Tyson Fury. We watch Billy Joe Saunders. We watch, oh God, there's a myriad of people, isn't there? Who else do we watch? Who else popped? We watched my older man crush RJJ, but context is everything because what he popped for wasn't on the banned list at the beginning of his camp, and then when the camp was over and it was into fight night, they put it on the banned list. They need to stop doing stuff like that. So still watch him. Yeah, we'll move along swiftly because there's a few other people that we watch. Oh God, can you not laugh with me, please? It's a bit of a sticky one sometimes. It's a bit sticky sometimes, but there's a lot of people that's popped that we watch. I mean, we're going to watch Alicia Baumgardner, won't we? I mean, when she comes back, even though
I will.
She's done a little fake thing, come with some wig hair and gave to the lab. Oh God, yeah, she was like this. Okay.
I will.
3 months later, yeah, we're not no simping out here. We're real. We'll watch her not because of it. We'll watch her because she's a good boxer.
Because of her boxing ability, yes.
Because of her boxing
ability, yes.
We'll watch her. No, but for real. No, you'll watch her because you like her. You like her boxing abilities and you like how she looks. So you're going to watch her. I'm going to watch her because I watch anybody else who's popped. If she's in a good fight and there's a fight going on, we're going to watch. My whole thing is, I'm not one of the people that. I mean, I think that there should be stringent rules. I think off rip, 2 years the first time you get caught. And it does depend on how many, because she got popped with two roids in her system. So her and Ryan be going at each other, ended up neck and neck. 2 for two. Like, you're both as bad as each other. So I think 2 years off rip, right? Second time, like Gerald Miller. Oh, I even watch him, Big Pharma. I watch him. He's on Riyadh. Look how he's come back. Man's on Riyadh season and everything. You know what I mean? Making a little few bucks there. So I don't mind watching you, but just serve your little ban and then, I'll come back. There's some people that won't ever going to watch you again, but your name's always dirty, though. You always got an asterisk. Whether we like how you look, if it's a male boxer or a female boxer, you guys on the panel must admit there's always going to be an asterisk.
No matter what you accomplish,
always.
No matter what you accomplish, it's always going to be. You get taken out of. You can't be put in any conversation being the greatest or the best of any era or anything. I put Canelo in that. You can never be in that conversation because the truth be told, you cheated. So we don't know what you really actually accomplished. So when you do that, you just have to accept the reality is no matter how many wins you put in, I don't care how good you look. I know the effects are lasting. So I can never look at you as being like, real, like whatever. There's a few guys that there's only one fighter that I can think of that popped dirty that I kind of don't put that tag on, but that's just because I could kind of like because how forthcoming and you can kind of tell was during that period where you could get your supplements fucked up. This is the early 2000s. So that's different. But nowadays these fools know.
Who was it?
Sugar Shane.
I knew he was going to say that. Okay,
Yeah.
so why isn't he in the equation?
Because I think it happened later, and then he was upfront about it from the beginning. Like he really there was nothing in his performance or his physical appearance that made it seem as if he was doing anything. I think he might have actually been in one of because we did have early in that time period. They were actually like some of the regular supplements that you get. They were mixing stuff in there that you weren't supposed to put in there. So he got caught on some stuff early. Well,
but I mean, so that was he popped off. Well, he didn't actually pop. He went on trial. He had admitted that he went to Victor Conte. This was for the Oscar De La Hoya rematch.
Yeah,
right?
I think he didn't. I think this was before Victor had got even exposed as being that.
It was a testosterone cream, and and it was also, but he said that they told him it wasn't that, and that he could take it, but he did inject.
Oh,
He just
shit.
didn't pop. He didn't. The thing is, he didn't pop.
For the injection. Oh shit. Well, there you go. Now I got to change my opinion about that too.
We got to keep it up.
I just thought it was the cream, and that the reason I thought it was like if it was just the cream, I'm like, well, you don't know what the fuck
I heard it was just the cream, and then I saw on a couple of days ago that he said that that he took an injection.
Yeah, I was gonna watch that. Well, like I said, I was gonna watch that because I seen that pop up, but I guess he in the full-fledged cheat category too. So I mean, I guess none of them. Yeah, like so it's like it sucks. That's what sucks is that's the only thing that I ever like. That was only, but now that you saying he didn't do full ass needle.
See, that's afortunadamente. Yeah. I didn't know about the needle part myself. It was a cream, and then then it said there was a needle as well. Anytime there's a needle, I don't care if they said what it was and what it wasn't, what it was and what it was. You don't just needle up. So
yeah, there's no there's no needle in boxing, bro.
There's no needles in boxing.
So I come tell me, oh, hey man, I got a vitamin, but you gotta put a shot in your ass. Like what? Fuck?
Because I know they do like them B12 shots, and you know when you.
But that's a doctor. I think that probably wasn't. He wasn't. I don't know, man. That just
himself. That goes for me.
Oh, he got me.
Personally, I'm afraid of needles. I don't know about y'all.
I'm not. I've got collapsible. I know it just has to go into fats and parts of it, but I mean, I don't mind like that. But I mean, I can't do intravenous things because I've got collapsible veins. So there'd be no heroin tape around here. There's none of that type of. If anybody ever tells you she'll be doing some heroin, tell them use a goddamn lie. I'll show you my medical records. They have to get anesthesiologists to draw blood for me because my veins is trash. So yeah. So yeah. Wow. So unfortunately, all of them.
All of them. Then it's all of them, and period. So it is what it is. I mean.
How does that make you feel, Eduardo? Do you feel bad about that now? You're like, God, it's really.
Because I really feel bad about that because, like, Sugar Shane to me dosed one of the biggest karma shots towards Margarita in boxing history. Period. Because I seen what Margarita did to Cotto, so it's like I just thought, like I said, up to that interview, and I was gonna watch it, but I just happened to miss it. I knew I put it in my saved letter, so I was gonna watch it later. But if I had known about that extra stuff, I just knew about the cream. To me, I'm like, oh, okay, that might have been.
Me too. I just knew about the cream, and I was like, what?
Yeah, see what I'm saying? They slowly exposed everything.
Well, he said it. He said it himself. It's him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know. He had never, to be honest, like before. If you tell me that's in that interview before that, I've never remember him ever saying anything about no needles.
Never. No.
See what I'm saying?
So,
that throw you in the bin, Sugar Shane. You might. Oh man.
Wait.
I don't need to know nobody else. I don't want no more. I'm not listening. No more old school fighters.
It was sad. She said, "I got I know it's hard. It's hard liking fighters, and then they turn around and some stuff comes out bit by bit. What can you do? But technically, he didn't pop. He just admitted,
which is the same thing in retrospect. I mean, okay, it's like I broke into the house and stole all your stuff, but I didn't get caught.
I didn't get caught.
Stole my stuff, man. What you mean?
Yeah, you're right. Now that you put it like that, I was trying to be like, well, you did it. Yeah, you cheated.
You can't prove you did it, but you still did. So.
You admitted it in court of law and all of that as well. But I just like I said, it's on. I saw it and I was like, oh no. But hey, so those are all of the people and many more that you'll have asterisks by your name, won't you? Yeah. But you can do. I know it's a shame. And I what do you think about the Roy Jones Jr.? Because I don't put Roy in that category because the thing that he had was legal at first. It wasn't a
Yeah.
steroid, by the way. It weren't a steroid.
You look at it like that. I mean, it's like, yeah, it wasn't. It was legal at the time. I mean, what was it that he was on? What was it called?
I forget what it was, but it was kind of like it was more like a mineral, like a supplement, but it was like probably just to help you, like you shred fat, but it wasn't a steroid. You could, but he got it over the counter. It was over the counter meds.
Okay then, yeah, all right.
Yes, that's why I don't put him in that category. It was legal at the time, and then by the time he finished camp, and then it had gone on the back. But you still have to maintain strict liability because you're supposed to check continuously. But I mean, that's the only one I'd be like, you know what, Roy, it weren't a steroid. You didn't have to go like that. It was over the counter that you could buy it, and it was legal in the beginning of his camp. So so that's where I give Roy
a pass.
Give Roy a pass on that one. Roy Jones Jr. Y'all must have forgot. Where are you, RJJ?
Roy Jones Jr. Remember that name? Y'all must have forgot. Y'all must have forgot. Y'all must have forgot. Y'all must have forgot.
Yeah, so yeah.
Just imagine if a prime Roy was around today. He wipes out 168 and 175.
Oh God,
Easy.
totally.
He was wiping it out, and it was way strict, way harder to do.
Yeah,
so he literally wouldn't talk a shit, like telling them his point. All your opponents are set up. Nah, bro, these are the best in the world. Getting
These are good fighters he's fighting, man. What the heck? I mean, the problem is, like, look, he was just so damn good, nobody could best him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you drop him in there with Canelo, easy work. I'm sorry, easy work.
Easy. Oh, dude, that's
easy work. Don't even tell me greatest of nothing, bro. I'll drop you in there with Roy Jones or James Toney. Easy work, bro. Easy.
Yeah, Roy Jones Jr. against Canelo, prime for prime. Come on, whoever says.
I mean, Roy Jones schooled and dominated a prime James Toney and Bernard Hopkins.
Whoever says that Roy Jones Jr. loses to a prime Canelo.
Nah,
silly.
No.
Forgot.
Doesn't like. He's everything that Canelo doesn't like. A mover with some pop,
hand speed, superior athleticism, everything.
Completely unorthodox. You can't like.
He probably knocks out Canelo. He probably knocks him out. If I'm being honest.
Accumulatively, cluster him. But Canelo still got that chin. Roy. He's naturally,
but Roy will probably drop him. He could cause a knockdown, I believe.
Might cause an accumulative on eventually maybe knock Canelo down. Maybe.
No, I almost see it like, to keep it real, and people gonna probably, man, I almost see that like Floyd versus Gotti type shit, bro. Like I just see him washing him.
Demoralizing, I think.
Just beating the brakes off him and just hitting them over and over again and not being able to do nothing about it.
Yeah, but the sad thing is, as soon as all of that goes, your boxing skill alone can't keep you afloat, and that's what let Roy down. As soon as
he didn't have the fundamentals. He didn't master the fundamentals. He relied too much on his athleticism.
Yeah, and then as soon as that went, it was
punch resistance was gone. Didn't have the fun. He just started getting knocked out by everyone.
I don't know if he necessarily even had no punch resistance. He just never got hit clean that often, because his style was so was so unorthodox with his hands down like that. There's only been a couple dudes that can even half-ass pull it off. Like that fighting style is ridiculous. Like, bro, you don't see that's why he knocked dudes out. You don't know where the punch is coming from. He throw a shovel hook from a position, look like his hands ain't even close enough to hit you. He jump like it was ridiculous, man.
And like the crazy thing is, he never even threw jabs either at all. Hardly.
Nah, he didn't need a jab. Hooks and
well, he did. But they was like, but he did throw jabs, but they were still big, like quick, like.
I mean, but he would mostly just throw hooks because he was fast away to just throw hooks.
It was just silliness, like silly in a good way. Yeah, just like literally, wow. Like I loved him. I loved Roy Jones Jr. I loved him, and I hated the fact that Larry Merchant always would go at him. He hasn't fought anybody.
Oh, wow. Mark. He hated on Floyd too. He was such a mark. He's a hater, like a miserable old man that was just mad that he was not. Like,
I remember I was rewatching the Lennox Lewis David Tua fight, right? And Tua was actually having a great fight out boxing Tua. And the comment and the merchant in the comment, they try to like throw shade on Lewis and Lennox, and like George Foreman's like, hey y'all, come on now, he's out boxing this kid, guys, come on now. You know what I'm
Larry
saying?
was racist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't like black fighters. I don't care. He didn't. Nope. He was always down in the black fight. He kept saying, Roy ain't fought no one. There'd be many a time if you watch him back, he'd be in the commentary saying after Roy would whoop whoever's asses, he would say, what nobody is he gonna pick next? Or is he gonna, because he doesn't fight anybody but nobodies. His resume is this and that. And then and that's when Roy in the end came out and said, they're not nobodies. I just make them look like they're nobodies. They are somebodies, but I just make them look like nobodies. Yeah, Larry Merchant did not like Roy Jones Jr. and Floyd Mayweather.
George Foreman would always go back and forth with him too. George Foreman would always argue with him.
Foreman disqualification against was it Griffin? You know, when he got his first loss, that disqualification.
Yeah, the DQ.
That dude has 2 wins over James Toney, bro. Like, to sit there and say that he got nobody on his record, like, come on, man. Like, that dude, like, highly underrated. He just made him look bad. I could have dropped him in the, if I dropped him in the Super 6 with Andre Ward and them, he smashes all those.
So he wins that tournament. He wins that tournament easy.
Yeah, so, and that's a tip. Like, so he's a general, like, those dudes was they hated how he fought. They hated that he could get away with that shit. Yeah. He could do he literally could go play a basketball game, come knock somebody out. He just was. He's the type of physical elite, like he's every 100 years type of person. He
was an elite specimen, isn't it? Like freak of nature.
And they hated it because they would never be in that. They could work their whole life, have an eternal youth, and they would never be him. And that was the kind of Larry Merchant hated like people.
Yeah, Larry Merchant, boy. He was a piece of work.
I remember the first time Pacquiao fought, he mispronounced his name. That was pretty funny. Like, man, Pacquiao.
Yeah. Larry Merchant.
Trash.
He just didn't care about nothing, Larry Merchant.
Yeah, best thing, Canelo. You don't know shit. I mean, you don't know shit about boxing. I love that, fella.
Him and Floyd. I was like, I wanted Floyd to tear his face off.
Yes, I was like, finally somebody just said it to him, like, bro, get the fuck out of here. You've been here all this time, you don't know jack.
So
McGregor did lose. He lost on the ground. He didn't lose standing up. So he's a hell of a fighter, and he's a very, very tough competitor.
So we're finished with Ryan Garcia, I think. I just say, when you come back or whatever reprimandation that you get, or how big or how little it is, you maybe should just go to 154. Forget even 147. What are you dwindling there for? You're going to get beat by other people anyway. So I don't really care where he goes. I'm just saying 147 maybe even be just, who cares? You know what I mean? He says he can make.
We'll be watching to see him get starched. That's basically what we'll be waiting for.
Yeah, we'll just.
He's already a welterweight right now anyway, so might as well stay there. So
54. Take your buddy. Oh well, Ortiz is already there, but Ortiz needs to take a hitchhike to 160 actually, because we don't even know, because you ain't made 154 either. So yeah. Oh well. Anyway, let's move along.
In the building. In the building.
That's right. So we are moving on. Who are we talking about next on the docket? Go ahead, because it brings us to this weekend's fight that's just gone. And that brings up to Canelo.
Payday. You want payday. I know that.
Well, I'm particularly glad because as I mentioned before, I went to a watch party to see this, and they footed the bill. They paid who the party I went to. So
yeah, well, that was like $80-$90 for you guys, right?
Yes. So yeah, it was. I mean, but I didn't have to foot the bill this time, so I was happy about that.
Yeah.
So
good. So Okay, so my prediction stuck. AJ, you did say I'm gonna pick stoppage, but you wouldn't be surprised if it would be a point.
Yes, correct. I mean, I went. I mean, the fight pretty much played out like I thought. Did I say it would be competitive? I had a feeling it would be, like in spots. I mean, but I just Canelo's superior ability, his experience would, ultimately shine through, and he'd get the job done. I mean, but yeah, I did pick stoppage late, but I had a gut feeling it would go the distance.
Yeah, a lot of people picked a stoppage.
Yeah, but all in all, okay though.
Yeah, Canelo. Okay, so bar Jamel Charlo, he ain't stopped anybody, innit?
This is the fourth time his fight has gone the distance. Yes, he hasn't stopped anybody since Caleb Plant.
Is the last
that was the last knockout. Yeah, here's stoppage.
Yeah, he didn't stop Charlo either. So
I know he just put. Yeah, I keep thinking he did. He knocked him down, and the dude just didn't.
No, and I was playing like with John Ryder, Charlo, and Jaime. He dropped all them guys, but he didn't stop him.
He just didn't stop him. Yeah, dropping them, but not stopping. I enjoyed watching the fight, but anyway, fight was made way better now that we.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
This one was
and that was for free. We didn't have to pay for that at all. That was free.
Exactly. It's free. The good points. I think Canelo kind of was up for this fight because I mean people are going to say, is he on the slide? Is there slippage? And you could say yes, and you could say no, and you could say I don't know. I think there is a change in his style to a point where he has to take the rounds off. He's not able to also just take people
because he never had great stamina to begin with. So.
Yeah, stamina always had not that great stamina. In this fight, his stamina wasn't too bad.
No, it wasn't. He paced himself nicely in this fight. He did.
Yeah. Because I think Jaime allowed that to kind of happen. I think Jaime at some points, Jaime, he gets his second wind as well. Mm-hmm. He goes fast, and then he starts to wane, and then he comes back. But I think that it was a solid performance for Canelo against someone, is the young buck, 27 years old, big lad. And I think this is the most that I've seen him the most, even though, you can say slow down but I see that he was a bit more active. At some times he was economical with his punches, but there was time, but he got off some sick combos. His selection against Jaime, his shot selection was like, okay, you've pulled this one out. Then he's pulled out this one out. It's an experience, isn't it? So
yeah, that's all it was.
And that definitely shone through his experience. So all in all,
you know what I think?
Yeah.
I think. Do you think it's possible Canelo could have carried him? He probably didn't want to hurt him too bad.
No.
Because think about it, young Mexican cat, he wasn't really disrespectful, young kid coming up, so. Hey, let me let me just get a decision on him, not hurt him, not to stop him too bad. Because I think there were opportunities there for them to possibly make it stop.
No. He would have loved. I think he didn't go in there with vitriol against Jaime. He didn't.
No, yeah. There's just any ill intentions, yeah. So
yeah, but let's not give him that crutch. And because Bud Crawford said that, and I didn't agree with that.
A lot of fighters said that he thought he could have stopped him and didn't. So yeah.
No, Canelo. Look, I'm gonna tell you, Canelo took that fight a little more personal than people realize because Jaime had a lot of support from his Tijuana brothers and Mexicans.
I'll go with. Hey, what up, Ken?
What up?
I'm really sorry because I just had a bit on. And then my daughter's in Costa Rica, so I was saying she's been in New York and now she's in Costa Rica. She wants to go to Brazil, so I've had to deal with that. So I'm really sorry about missing most of the show.
It's all good. We've jumped in. We did the Ryan Garcia pop in day. Would we just get your quick take on that, and then let Edward jump back into where he was. Edward, could you hold your thought? Don't lose it.
I got you.
Okay. Go ahead, Kenny Ken. Ryan Garcia popping dirty with Austrian and also Nandrolone.
Not surprised. Not a surprise.
What your old boy Tyson Fury popped for? Not
a surprise. Not a surprise. He came in massive. You know, he never really makes weight. So boxers nowadays, they take all sorts of supplements. They know that by the time that they come back, they only serve about 6 months, because in between fights and preparation of fights, they're suspended. So it's no big deal now. I don't think that the boxing public are that harsh on fighters who fail tests, whilst in other sports like athletics and probably just athletics really, and track and field, there's no way back. But in boxing and other sports, there's always a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance, a fifth chance. If you go by the fighters that we're talking about, obviously Tyson, Canelo failed a drug test as well, and now we're calling him a Hall of Famer. Tyson, Dillian White's
a lot of them. We went down this earlier,
yeah. Boxing's tolerance levels of people who fail drugs, it's not a biggie.
Well, I'm still going to watch you, but I think you should be penalised though. So Devin Haney should have his own returned right back to him. It should be deemed as a no contest. Ryan Garcia should be dealt with, and then when he comes back, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch you fight.
It's a hard one though.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's a hard one? Because remember, he did everything. He was penalised even before the fight. He didn't make weight, so he had to forfeit 1.5 million. Is it sterling or dollars out of his purse anyway, and give some of that to Devin Haney. So him losing that again and being penalised, that all he was interested in was not the belt. It was just getting that win over David Haney by hook or crook. Didn't matter whether he did it fairly or not, whether he came in overweight. He needed to scratch that itch. He needed to. I don't think Golden Boy give a damn, because I didn't care when Canelo popped dirty. So you hear La Hoya and Canelo going and talking about failed drug tests. Well, I don't. It's basically boxers will take a failed drug test because they know full well that the boxing public, all they care about is a fight. It's prize fighting. A promoter will still use you if you fail drug tests. All you're going to do is inconvenience them for a bit. The next year's a different year. Like, for instance, everyone thinks that Eddie was meant to be pissed off with Gerald Miller. Well, Gerald Miller's on one of the.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
Dillian White in 2025. Dillian White will be on a matchroom bill and having his arm and his shoulder.
Really?
I think so.
No, he won't. No, from matchroom.
Well, Eddie said never again.
No, he'll be with Boxer. I don't think he'll be on a match.
Either way.
With Saudis and a Saudi with a Saudi thingy, but I don't think necessarily a matchroom. But yeah,
I just think that at the end of the day, if the money's right and the public are on board and they're going to buy the tickets,
Zetkin as well.
There's no asterisks on a boxer's name if they failed drugs tests, whilst in athletics and other and not just athletics but the field sports as well, there's always an asterisk if you fail a drugs test. Boxing is a different kettle of fish.
Oh no! There's always an asterisk even in boxing. Lisa Baumgardner, Povetkin, Conor Benn, Tom Fury, Dillian White.
They've all, but you say it's an asterisk. You say it's an asterisk, but Canelo, we know Canelo failed drug tests, but to the public, that's all forgotten. He's just been celebrated because of the fact that he's just won, beat Munguia. No one's talking about the drugs test. The same thing like Povetkin. He failed a drug test before he fought Wilder. He still fought in Wembley in front of 80,000 fans.
That's true. What we're saying is, all we're saying is, doesn't mean that we think you should pop. That it's not acceptable. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't cheat. And if you get caught cheating, there should be there should be some ramifications for this. And then after you've paid your dues of your being in Cheatsville, then come out of Cheatsville, and then some people won't ever watch you again. If they're, there's some people that are very hard nosed about it like that. And then there's some people like me that I'll watch you after you've, paid your dues. You do the time, you do the crime, you do the time, and then when you come out, you're a free man of society. But you're always going to have an asterisk, mate. You are.
I
You are.
have said, but I think in all sports nowadays, I think it's like ticket touts in any sporting event. You can't beat the touts, and unfortunately, the drug teats, you can't beat the drug teats. But at the end of the day, unless it's illegal to ban them for life, then they're always going to prosper, because simple reason, you can't ban a sportsman for life. You can talk a good game, but legally you can't get away with it. So someone who's failed a drug test will get a second and third chance, because legally you can't. It's a restraint of trade.
Go ahead, guys, while I just do some little admin, chop it up with Kenny just on that. I'm still on camera. I just need to do some tweaking on here, actually. So what do you think about what Kenny said about that? Is it not that deep? Is it what the kind of point I said, like they're still all in Saudi, or they're still going to be, making big passes after them popping? So should we care? Should we not care? Go ahead, you chop it up with Kenny and tell.
Well, of course we should care, because as soon as we decide not to and somebody gets killed in the ring, we'll all be acting like we did, throwing our hands in the air. So and here's the other thing is that I have to put into context. People failing drug tests is not as frequent as we get big names from time to time, but like if you guys think about it, if we named over a year, we probably get at most name 4 in a year of fighters. And I'm exaggerating with that because I probably can't think of 4.
Maybe about 10.
But the 10 with maybe like hundreds of fights.
Yeah.
And several very significant fights. So the drug cheats will, like, for people that are just fans of a fighter, of course it's not going to matter, Canelo fans or whatever. But for us real hardcores, and when it comes down, there will be the statement of like, bro, but that dude was like, it's sort of like how baseball is now. Like when baseball, in the midst of all them dudes getting caught cheating, it was kind of like everybody didn't say nothing. But now, even now, they're just like, yeah, but that was during the steroid era. So really those records ain't, like, that's literally what they say now. So it does eventually, as you get historically go through fighting, I mean, anything, they will look back and say, well, that dude, it doesn't mean they won't get paydays. And to be honest, a lot of them, after they come back from the drugs, are usually trash. Like Canelo's the only one I can think of that still does good. Like the rest of them end up getting beat up or knocked out, or like, so, you know, Conor Ben, we seen him come back. Look how he looked. Like we're all waiting for somebody to come whoop his ass. Like we're all looking like, so it's just like, that's kind of like the karma. Even Valdez, when Valdez got caught, Shakur dusted him off. You ain't really even heard from him since then. So eventually, yeah, you know, there's only one guy, like I said, the Canelo, that's been able to consistently stay in boxing as if nothing happened.
Yeah. Go ahead, AJ. You want to tackle what Kenny Ken said, your thoughts, or give him your thoughts on the matter?
I know, Sam. I was just saying, like, if more or less just if Ryan is, I mean, Ryan needs to be held accountable. He needs to get a lengthy ban, or you know what I mean. But it's probably, like I was saying, that's probably not going to happen, unfortunately, just due to the politics and the rules and the strings and stuff like that. So, and Chan, you made a good point. I was going to bring that up earlier, how he said that Oscar threw shade at Canelo for popping, and it's like, bro, you need to be quiet because your own fighter just popped.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he popped. Didn't he pop while he was under him? That's the funny part. Wasn't
yes,
he with Golden Boy when he popped?
Yeah. Canelo popped when he was on Golden Boy.
He's been good since he left you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'd been clean since he left you. Yeah.
Oh, so Oscar's got some nerve, man. He really does. It's like,
man, that whole camp is weird, man. Like even Ryan talking about people like, your promoter is Oscar De La Hoya without mentioning, but his nickname is Fishnet for a reason. Like, bro, come on. Like, you shouldn't be saying nothing about anybody. Like, nobody forgot, bro. The pictures are still out there, man. And you know, so,
and at first he tried to deny it was him. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Photoshop. That's what he said. But then just later, yeah, it was me. And then many years later, yeah, it was me. I'm like, yeah, we know it was you. Like,
he's such a liar, isn't he? Yeah, he's a liar. Go ahead. I was wanting to say to Kenny about what was the thing about with Ryan as well. So Kenny, do you not think that when it's two anabolic, well, one's an anabolic and one's it's a performance enhancement. Yeah, that basically strips your fat. Does this, but they change your moods. They do this. What do you think? Do you think there should be bans, or are you just like?
Well, I think Ryan should be banned for about 2 years. I really think he should be banned for 2 years because that is a genuine punishment. You know, take his license away for 2 years. But the problem is that the minute if he has a hearing in about 6 months' time,
right?
They can give him a 2-year ban, but they're going to say your ban started from when the findings. So in essence, he's going to get a 2-year ban, but he's probably going to be back in the sport for about maybe a year, because that's what we're fun. Because I don't know what's like in America, but I think in England, what we have in England is that you have to fight, you fail a drugs test. And obviously, you know that it's not like football where it's a fixture list and you play the next week. You know, realistically, fighters don't fight for another 6 months. So for that 6 months, you're banned. And then if they say 2 years, you're only going to serve 18 months ban. Now, in terms of Ryan, I don't know where he's the hearings or not, because he's going to appeal it. He's telling everyone who will listen that, you know, that he's not pop dirty, and that he said to Devin Haney that he was drinking, he was smoking weed, and he wasn't at his best, and he still whooped his ass, and all that sort of nonsense. But the fact is that, yeah, I want a 2-year ban, but you know me, you know what the situation is. How valuable is he to boxing? How valuable is he to TV? How valuable is he to Golden Boy? You know, last week we had a program where we asked is Ryan Garcia the face of boxing? What would you do with the face of boxing? Would you ban the face of boxing for 2 years?
Well, clearly he's not the face of boxing. Then, if you had to fucking like that's my whole point. Then you can't be the face of boxing. This. If they don't ban him, yeah, I know what you're saying. If they ban him, they might be, you know, not making as much money because he's the cash. There's a difference, face of boxing and cash cow. He's a cash cow. I think they're two different things. Canelo is the face. They say he's the face of boxing, but because he's the cash cow. But I think Ryan is split hairs now, and there's a nuance. Like he's the cash cow, but it doesn't mean he's the face of boxing.
He's a draw. He's a draw. He's a draw in his own way. He is that.
Social media.
Yeah, he's a draw.
He's a draw, but it doesn't make you the face of boxing just because you're a draw.
No, he still doesn't though. I mean, he could draw a lot of eyes to his fights, but because I think that's evidence now with his 2 fights with Devin and Tane, but he's still not the face. I mean, I said that last week too.
Boxing. Clearly, he doesn't represent boxing, because if he did, he would make weight. He'd be disciplined, and he'd make weight. And do you know what I mean? He'd play by the rule. He's not the face of boxing. Yeah. But people quick to put him on that thingy. I'm not sure if he's still up there now, because, you know, obviously Canelo's came with a good win, and I think that's wiped off. Like, listen, we got Canelo here again.
When you got people like, when you got crooks like De La Hoya and Hopkins involved, and I like to use that term loosely. I use that term with the biggest crooks in boxing. Anything goes with those two crooks.
Kenny, tell us how you really feel.
Let's go, you know, Canelo was right. You know. God. When he said in Spanish, steal from fighters. You know, the fact is that there was a court case involving Canelo where there was, you know, missing monies. And the fact is that you know, those two, don't get me wrong, they were good for Canelo, but the fact is that, you know,
he stole money off of him. Yeah. We heard about that making backdoor deals and all of that. At the time, we did hear about that all happening, and that was when Canelo was like, "Listen, I need to leave," and then and Canelo was like, "If you don't let me leave, I'll take you to court." And then Oscar released him, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I thought what caused the rift was that they made a backdoor deal with DAZN for a third Triple G fight, and Canelo wasn't okay with that.
Yeah, that was it.
That was pretty much the catalyst of it, I believe. That's what started the whole thing.
I think it was for like a 3-fight deal.
Yeah.
It massed to like, it was something stupid. I think the whole suit was for something like 360 million. It was something stupid.
It was like an 11-fight deal for 365 million.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And I was like, no, get the fuck out of here. It's my night.
Please get the fuck out of here, man. It's my night.
But they just agreed to release him. Then he signed with Matchroom for his next 3 fights. I want to say, yeah, more or less.
And then got fighting Triple G anyway in the end.
Yeah, exactly.
What fight none of us wanted at all. Yeah, that third fight is sickening. But anyway, we're still waiting for Triple G to officially retire.
Chad, you know what gets me? It's like I didn't even have to pay for that fight. I'm not really mad I did, but I'm a little annoyed because they posted the full thing online the next day, literally on the YouTube channel. Literally, like
was that free for us in the UK? I forget. I know I didn't buy that. Oh, maybe I did. No. I called it live, didn't I? Did I call that live? That fight was.
You know what? I think it was on DAZN. On the zone because I didn't pay for it pay-per-view, but I had DAZN membership.
Yeah,
I didn't start paying for Canelo fights until the Bivol fight. Like everything before that was free, pretty much on DAZN for us.
Was Kenny? Was the Bivol fight free for us?
Yeah, Bivol fight was free on DAZN. I had it free on DAZN,
wasn't it? I've only
John Ryder fight was too, right? The Ryder fight was free for you guys too, right?
Yeah, I've only this fight just gone was the first time I've paid for a Canelo fight in thingy.
Wow.
This fight. Yeah, all our
you're going to be paying a lot of money for a fight in about 11 days' time.
Well, hang on. Let's I want to get your thoughts on Canelo and Munguia, Kenny Ken, because that's where you jumped in. Actually, it was Edward. Edward had a thought. Edward, finish your. Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it was just about the thing where AJ felt like he might have got carried. That didn't happen. Because carrying a dude like Munguia would have got you knocked out. I'm sorry, because Munguia was putting work in. I think at some point in time, even when he got dropped, he was still completely like clear-headed. He just took a shot. He has such a poker face. I would never want to play that dude in poker because you don't know what the hell he's thinking. He just stays expressionless. Like, bro, it's like, wait a minute, are you happy? Like you could see him like his baby been born. He was like, yay, I'm gonna go back and sit down now. Like, what? Just super chill. Like, you know what I mean? So I mean, I think Canelo wanted to stop because, like I said, Canelo was taking kind of personal because the Tijuana faction of Mexico was in there deep. They was supporting Jaime. So I think some of them wouldn't have mind him putting some work in and get him out of here.
Because Jaime's a nice lad, so I think at some points there was more crowd for Jaime, like crowd chat, wasn't there?
He's like, to be honest, if he had a little bit more, like if he was taught a little more traditional Mexican style defense, he's like as closest to that they got right now. He represents that older style where guys just get in there and get busy and fight. And you know, he got a good contingency behind him, and he is straight. He's a straight man. Like he's a real Mexican. Like this is the first. They were like first Mexico showdown period in a long time. It's like this, like bro, like you not Canelo. You're not gonna get all the fans just on GP being the pretty boy and the silk fucking thing. Some of the dudes with the hard hats is coming with Jaime. Like yo, we need to get busy.
Yep, they're coming for him.
Listos pe los chingazos. Listos pe los chingazos.
Sure, they coming for Jaime. I was glad. He did look a little bit nervous coming into the ring. I was like, yeah, the moment is a big moment. It is a big moment. And
but he did well. Jaime did well. He did well.
Yeah, he was singing with the crowd, and they were singing his intro music. He was feeling it. Like, you know, he knew what time it was. So, but yeah, like you said, he did look a little nervous. But it's a big stage. He ain't never been on there like that. But he made a good showing for himself. You know,
he did.
Yeah, he did. It was a moral victory that he went the distance. So round 4 did he get dropped? What did he get
Yeah,
dropped?
round 4. It was round 4 he dropped him. Yeah,
Round 4 when he got where
yeah.
I was on
Kind
Jules.
of nailed him with a perfect uppercut coming in.
Down. I was on
Yeah.
Jules. Down. I couldn't believe it because we did say Devryanchenko was looking to look like he was. Didn't he nearly go down with Devryanchenko?
He
Jaime?
did in the 5th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Devinchenko lit him up bad in that 5th, man. Like honestly,
Yeah.
that was bad.
I mean, it's easy to 2 and 2 makes 4 that Canelo was going to drop him. I guess that's why people thought Canelo was going to stop him. But it's easy to think that he would have got dropped because his defense, like we kept saying, better.
It's always been leaky.
It started to unravel a lot. Like he just literally wouldn't stay at range at time. He didn't know how to box at range. He wanted to be mid range, and that's where it's really perfect for Canelo. Ken, did you have your hand up? Did you have your hand up?
What I did is I was just pointing to the rounds, the 4th round. That's why I put it up like that. 4th round.
Sorry, yeah, the 4th round.
The 4
Yeah.
fingers. Because you want which round it was.
Go ahead, you say something. Yeah, so I think it's what was I saying? Yeah, I think it was just makes sense that Canelo hard hitting puncher, someone that's a bit defensively irresponsible as Jaime is going to get dropped. And how many rounds did you give Jaime? I would give him 4.
Same, me too. I gave him 4 at most. So
same here.
4?
Yeah.
Either?
I think I gave Jaime 5 rounds.
5. Yeah, 5. So you had it 7-5. So I gave Jaime was up there in the first 3 rounds. I had Jaime winning first, like he was 2. It was like 2-1, and then he got dropped in the 4th, and then I think
then more or less Canelo just took over from that stage
Canelo
pretty much.
Took a little time off, didn't he?
Yeah.
With a couple of rounds and
but he more or less controlled the fight from that point on, pretty much. So
I just gave Jaime 1 more round. Other than that, is why I was.
Where's he getting power from? Where's Canelo get that power, that uppercut power from? This is, you know what I mean?
It's just something he's born with, and he drills for it. He's born with it, and he drills for it.
One thing I noticed about Canelo, I don't know if you guys noticed this, like late in the fight, he used to. Canelo did this move early on in his career where he would pretty much extend his left hand and kind of quick counter with an uppercut. It was kind of like not a bolo punch, but kind of like a trick punch, pretty much. He would raise his hand, then punch with the other hand.
But he's always the master of those types of tricks where he will turn in a straight punch. You think he's coming in straight, then he turns it into a hook. And you think he's going to the body, and then he goes upstairs. He did that to Billy Joe Saunders as well. His arsenal is epic. Like he has got his punch selection. He's good. You got to give Canelo his punch selection is good, and Jaime he's born when them punch selections was derived. So I know it's
experience though, isn't it? In fact, this is a seasoned operator against a guy who fought really well. Fought really well, but he just made one little mistake, got a little feint, uppercut, and then that changed the fight, and that's when Canelo gets. But that's what Canelo does for you. He studies you. He waits for that little mistake. He lures you. When you think the jab's coming, he hit you all right. When you think the hook is coming, he always manages to get the uppercut in when you don't expect it. That's the thing. It's a shot selection, but it's his feet as well. You know what? Forget.
Canelo's feet is mud.
His head movement is hand speed, but he's flat-footed. He is flat-footed. I've noticed when I was watching him on Saturday and Sunday, wherever it was like I was thinking, bloody hell, he's a bit flat-footed, isn't he? This guy.
Oh, he's always was.
Yeah, always been. Yeah, that's why he's always
fought like that. Yeah,
he's always had trouble with movers. That's why.
That's why he has problems with movers. Now, Ken, would you see anything? Would you say Canelo's slowing down on the slide? because he hasn't had a knockout in his last 4 fights. Is it 4 fights? You guys were saying 4 fights.
Yep, almost 3 years, pretty much. So
yeah,
you say that, but he's the kind of fighter that if he's behind in points and he needs that knockout, you put your money in him being able to produce that out of the bag.
But when if he has 4 fights,
I know what you mean. Who knows, man? You think about it. How is he? 33, 34?
33.
Yeah, he's had a lot of fights, hasn't he?
65. 65th.
He's been a pro for almost 20 years since he was 15.
Yeah,
so.
the question is to ask yourselves: is he like a sprightly 33 or an old 33? If he's an old 33, yeah, then I suppose he is on the wane. But again, how many fights? You know, there's talk of him fighting Benavidez. Benavidez wants to go at him there. I like that fight. I like the thought of it.
Benavidez was to the ring and he decided not to go. So
he didn't call him. Look, he didn't call him into the ring. He was pointing because later on Canelo explained it. He was pointing to the ring, saying, "You want to fight? You want to come in the ring with me?" He was pointing down at the ring, and then after that, they said something about even then. Like the funny part about that is we're par all in the Benavidez is par all in negotiations where Canelo's asking for all that money. He probably just thinks that shit's some bullshit. That's not going to make it. Canelo has never called a fighter into the ring and made a fight.
Canelo, I still don't think I'm going to play at you. I'm going to show you it.
Oh yeah, he did do that, didn't he?
Called him into the ring. He did. He did. Let me take this off. He did, and I'm not saying that Canelo wants to fight Benavidez, because if he did, he would have. But at the end of the day, listen, I saw what I saw, and I was like, now you can't be talking about. If you want it to be that Canelo's ducking you, and the dude, right? We'll just watch it, and then we'll talk about it. Also, share tab audio. Let's go. Hang on. Let's get the other angle, because this angle don't show you shit. There's the other angle where they show David Benavidez in the front, right? Oh God, where is it now? Come on. Did you not see the front version? Because I saw the front version.
I did. That's the version I saw.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's this. Well, this one's another version, but I think it's at the front. So we'll just have a look at it. This one, let's have a look.
Hey, you know, in England, we're not allowed to
After
sing.
defeating Jaime Munguia by decision, Canelo Alvarez looks at David Benavidez, who's sitting ring. After defeating Jaime Munguia by decision, Canelo Alvarez looks at David Benavidez, who's sitting ringside, and invites him inside the ring. The fans have been demanding a matchup between the.
Did you see that? I thought there's a better one where it's like you can see David Benavidez from front on. This is from side, so it shows Canelo, and then you're facing David Benavidez, and he's got his hands out, going, you know. This I did see it, but go on, Edward. You're going to say that he didn't call him in
because he was pointed down at the ring, saying to him, gesturing, "Do you want to be in the ring with me?" That's literally what he was doing. Because he even said it later. Like they have a couple interviews. But I'm gonna be honest, like I said, that David jumping in the ring that's not gonna make the fight. David got a fight at 175. This is the thing about it. This is the type of stuff Canelo been doing with fighters who've been lingering around doing that. Like, bro, and like him pointing at the ring didn't make that fight. Technically, this fight was supposed to be David, and it didn't happen. So him pointing down at the ring saying, "Oh, you want in the ring?" And then later on he's like, "Yeah, the fight could happen if the money's right and all this shit." Like, I don't think that's not him recognizing him and doing a call out. I think he was just shining. He had a moment. He beat up on Munguia, and he was flexing on him. So the fight, like I said,
your thoughts AJ, did you see the version I saw?
I did, and
What?
KOK couldn't have put it any better myself. I actually agree with every word he said. Because you know David's got a fight coming up anyway, and he can't fight. So
Yeah,
I mean, and honestly, this fight should have been Munguia. It should have been. I mean, this fight should have been Benavidez. Honestly, last year it could have been him when he fought Jamel.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it. I mean, it's like, I mean, because at this stage, I think David's pretty much kind of past it. But I get the hint he's still probably maybe take the fight if it was still offered to him. But I think he's past it at this stage because he's saying like in interviews like, oh, I got to move up and do my own thing. But like, oh, come shut me up then. Okay.
David should have just stayed where he was and shouldn't have just thought, fuck it, let me go to the ring. Or just fuck it.
He could have, yeah. I mean, but ultimately, it's a moot point. I mean, yeah, but ultimately, it's a moot point. I mean, he's got a fight coming up. We all know that, so it is what it is. Get in the ring, then get in the ring. Honestly, it's irrelevant. So, I mean, plus now we're hearing that, the Mr. Turkey Al-Sheikh could, you know, be getting Bud and Canelo together. Ooh, that's cooking with rice and steak, man.
He was talking about Benavidez getting the winner of the Bivol and
Beterbiev. I can go for that.
He's already trying to set. So there's money in the work coming up on stuff, man. So that's why I was like,
forget.
It's like you couldn't get a crack at Canelo undisputed at 160. Okay, go to 175 and try it then. You know what I mean? You're already big enough
to be honest, anyway. Look, if he was to beat the winner of that fight, to me, that's a bigger win than beating Canelo. I'm like, people can think I'm hating or not, but
I agree, absolutely, man.
Like it's a way bigger win than being Canelo.
You're two division champ, and then you're undisputed or in the 4-belt era.
Yeah.
Because if you beat the winner out, one of them's going to be undisputed out of Bivol and Beterbiev. So if David.
And it's even better because if you beat Bivol beat Canelo, then you beat the guy. Yeah.
Though it's still undisputed though, but it's at 168. It's a good, obviously, but then you're 2 division champ up at 175. I mean, it's a harder technical. I think it's harder up at 175.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. I agree.
That's a harder win, man. Like I said, he gets that. I give him way more. I'm like, bro,
I give way more props, especially if like let's say if Bivol wins the fight and he fights Bivol and beats him, then Bivol beat Canelo. So you beat the man who beat the man.
Yeah,
bro. Like, I mean, you got to think if he has Canelo and Beterbiev under his belt, bro. Like, low key, that's like probably one of the best combo wins in boxing in the last couple of years. And if you go and beat that dude, man, I'll be like, bro, like, okay, fuck Canelo. Bro.
And I'm saying same thing. If Beterbiev wins, you beat Beterbiev. Beterbiev beat Bivol and Bivol beat Canelo. So,
Hey, guys, unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait for that because
because
injury.
Oh yeah, he's injured. Yeah, we know. Yeah, sadly,
an injury.
This is why I'm picking Bivol to win the fight because Beterbiev is too injury prone. This is why I'm picking Bivol to win. This is one of the reasons.
Countries in the building. Country.
Country.
Is it? That fight was meant to be the 1st of June, wasn't it? The 1st of June, Bill, in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it was. It was.
The main event is now Zhang versus Wilder, or Wilder versus Zhang.
Yep. Bivol's still on the card. He's fighting some guy. I don't know who he is.
Yeah,
that is devastating. We lost.
I'm so upset for him because he always keeps getting just the dud end of the stick.
Man.
I mean, he only fights. This must be so uninspiring. You couldn't get him. You couldn't get him at Anthony Yard.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, why you like they're like trying to ever since he beat Canelo, it's like these boxing heads are just trickling him to death.
He's kind of been in the wilderness ever since.
Yeah, they're trying to stifle him. I just think.
I mean, like, he beat Canelo, then he beat Zerto. Then, like after that, he's kind of like really hasn't,
His fighting style, bro. He could fight 2 or 3 times a year, man, and they just don't give him no. And like I said, when Beterbiev went down, that's the type of shit. What I'm talking about, like, bro, you talking about a meniscus? I'm like, bro, come on, man. Like, let's not start no bullshit trend. But like I said, man, that's why you got to have these fights happen, bro, immediately. But
this is common with Beterbiev. He's always been riddled with injuries, always. Like the Callum Smith fight was postponed. I think another fight. It's always
Anthony Yard.
Anthony Yard. That too as well.
Time before go ahead.
I don't want to hear no bullshit about him being like, bro, he's been broken up. Like if he gets done in by Bivol, that was the best version of Beterbiev. I don't want to hear no bullshit.
Absolutely.
Take your PEDs because you already got the little ad what was it? Adverse findings or abnormal, atypical. That was the word I used. Atypical findings. Remember, he had the boosted testosterone in his system.
Lord.
Yeah. So go ahead, go juice and get this. I don't know. You didn't cycle off in time. I don't know what's the reason, but listen, you're 40 years old. You keep holding up shit, and I don't know if it's because you like to juice up or if it's that you really are that brittle. One or the other, you're holding up a division. You are. You are, mate. You're 40. Go ahead, go up to cruiserweight.
He has come back and
beat up at cruiserweight.
He has come back and stopped his fighters after injury, though. You have to give him that.
What?
He has come back after injuries, after the postponements, and stopped his fighters. You know, he stopped.
Yes. He's come back and stopped everybody. He stopped everyone. But the fact, this is what I'm saying, little, I don't know what's all of this. You be like, but
you suspicious of something. Do you suspect something amiss?
Yeah, I do. I'm not going to lie. You're either way. It's either your body's breaking down, and that's why you're needing the steroids to.
I think these training camps are becoming too much for him.
Or one or the other. You fucked up, mate, and you're just holding up the division.
Either way, Bivol still wins. I'm still going with Bivol to win if the fight happens. So.
I was always going with Bivol. I know it was like, but Beterbiev stops everyone. I don't care. He's 40. He's 40. Bivol's better than him. Bivol's not as war-torn, battle-tested. Hasn't had 20,000 amateur fights. He's had a lot, but he ain't. You see Bivol's style and Beterbiev's style. Beterbiev's, he's a boxer. He bangs. He gets hits. He's in fights. Bivol close to a point decision. You know what I mean? You really don't hit him that much.
We got to find out. Yeah, but we got to find out. You know how good Bivol is if he does take one of them Beterbiev's clean shots.
His chin. Yeah, it looked like he had a chin, but we need to know when a Beterbiev is in the building. Yeah, it's true. But I'm still going with Bivol. I'm going with Bivol, mate. Yeah, Bivol's the guy. Who else has got Bivol on the panel? Anybody? No.
Okay.
After this, I'm leaning.
Oh, did you have Beterbiev before this? Was you team Beterbiev?
I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm literally. I will have to force a pick out of my mouth because I really don't. I think it was, but now after this shit, and I kind of can see where. Look, if Bivol is smart. Like he can turn that fight into a mud fight, and Beterbiev never touch him. Like if he wanted to. Like I just see a lot of holes in Beterbiev's thing, but the problem is, I don't know if he can absorb a shot from him if Beterbiev can.
That's why it's so intriguing.
That's the issue, man. Like, and Beterbiev is going to be 200 pounds that night. Like, bro, I'm just thinking, like, man, if he hits some flush, and I've seen Bivol a little unsteady a few times, and
Junior, he was.
So it's like, bro, and I know Beterbiev got them stone hands, so I'm just like. It's going to be very telling after the first couple rounds. If somehow Beterbiev figured out how to get closer and get in range, it's going to be a problem. But like I said, I think Bivol could outbox him very easily. It could, like I said, it could be very exciting or become very boring. You know, how you're fighting.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
so sorry.
What's the likes on this show? How many likes is that? Because you lot love to be 32 likes. Muy interesante. I can see 119 people on the chat with 32 likes. No bueno.
Get the lights up.
Yeah, get the lights up. We'll be pausing for an intermission. Let's pause for an intermission till you get your motherfucking get them lights up. You fucking haters.
Your wife and son, they are lost to me now. The same pain sears both our hearts.
Brutality. Flawless victory.
We're all gonna cam down until you get the lights up. Let's cam down. Stay there at the back. We're camming down. Get the motherfucking lights up, or we ain't coming back on. We just shut down the motherfucking show. That's all we do. Yeah, it's the bully motherfuckers. We're getting lights up. Lisa, check the light scale. Check it out. Are we going up? Or does a bitch have to go leave again? Or the dislike, hit the dislike. Country, I see you. God, let's go. Let's bring him back in. Let's bring him back in, and let's bring him back in. We back. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Lisa Bales, I'll let any of the moderators, can you check the likes? Have they gone up? What up, country?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
They're going up by 34. We're good, country. We are good. We was on the live, weren't we? With
Yep.
Yep. All right, we're
in regards to Better Beeve and Bivol,
yeah.
You know, unfortunately, Better Beeve is injury prone because he's getting older.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still a solid fighter.
Yeah.
I agree with Kenny. I don't know if Bivol can handle a solid shot that lands flush from Better Beeve. I think Bivol will be doing great for like the first part of the fight. He's going to be going in and out and, doing his thing. As long as Better Beeve isn't overwhelmed, I could see him catching him later on in the fight, possibly, because I don't think Bivol's going to be able to do that all 12 rounds without getting hit. I'm not going to say he can't do it, but I mean, at some point he's going to get hit, and that's going to tell the tale whether he can, who's going to win that fight.
Yeah. I'm still sticking with Bivol. I have to. I just got something. I think Bivol is one of those special fighters as well.
He's the upset king.
I don't even think it's not an upset for Bivol to beat Beterbiev, you see.
Oh, no, I'm saying, but like his last two fights, I think that some people were favoring him to lose.
Because
Canelo and Zerto. Yeah.
What I couldn't believe about that is people were saying he was a Euro bum, and he's like a freaking light heavyweight champion. I mean, how those people obviously didn't know boxing. I mean, how can you call a light heavyweight champion a Euro bum? I mean, I'm sorry, but no.
America.
And look, to be real, the reason I picked Canelo in the Bivol fight is because I thought he was gonna get robbed.
Same with me. Me too. Same.
That's not an unwise pick.
You gotta pick what the judges are, how the judges are, how corrupt the judges can be in a Canelo fight. So you're not even, most other fights you're picking style for style matchups, but with a Canelo fight, you got to take other things into consideration.
How many rounds are you behind before you step in the ring when you fight Canelo?
Yeah, they still scored at 7-5, and we all know Bivol won like 9 rounds in that fight, bro. Like,
yeah.
9-3 in that fight.
10-2 at best.
First 4 rounds is Canelo. We're like, what? Okay, yeah.
E-Mass came out, but somebody left from backstage that fight. That's all that happened.
Yeah, so you got to pick like that. And even with this fight, I picked with him outpointing Munguia. That was an honest pick. I never ever thought it would be a split or majority decision with Munguia. I always thought it was going to be just going to outpoint Munguia because of the style on that one. And it's two Mexicans. One of them is Spitzley too. It's Mexico.
They Chan, you know, I'm probably the only one who's going to go for Beterbiev because I do think that who's one going for Beterbiev because I look at the fighters that he's fought, and every time they feel that power for the first time, the whole game plan changes.
Yep,
they go on the defensive.
Beterbiev's right.
But I look at Bivol and I think the fundamentals is there, the speed is there, the punch selection is there. But when you get hit that hard, I don't care who you are. When you get hit, all the game plan goes out the window, and you start thinking survival. You think about survival with this guy, game over. I think that when he gets touched, the whole game plan, all this is out the window, and I think he'll be stopped. I really do think Batavia stops him in round 10.
Wow.
Look at Joe Smith Jr. When he got hit by Beterbiev, he didn't know where he was. I mean,
2 rounds obliterated.
He was in the audience for his keys. Like, where's my keys at, man? Like, no, Joe.
But one thing I noticed that a good point that Kenny made about B-Ball getting touched.
Mute your mic while your background noise goes, please. Go ahead, AJ.
Sorry about
one
that.
Thing,
okay.
What up, country? Hope you're doing well, by the way, man. No, but one thing I noticed about B-Ball is that like he has a very good high guard that he keeps up. It's hard to break through that. I mean, it's very impenetrable, but
he's too disciplined.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to break through that guard. But what Katie said, it's going to be interesting when he actually takes Beterbiev's punches on that guard, just to see if he can maintain that.
Yeah, because of the guard. Yeah. He took a lot of bad punches on the arm from Canelo, and he still never dropped his shit.
Wasn't even phased at all. Like he just got a bruise, but wasn't phased. So yeah.
But obviously, Beterbiev arguably hits harder than Canelo. For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just think that he factors all this in, and he knows he just has to keep moving. And people are like, "Oh, was he going to be able to move for 36 minutes?" That's all he's been doing. He's done that most of his career against top. Like
he's got excellence. Dude's got excellence. Every time he finishes a 12 round, he looks like he can go another 12.
He looks like he can do another. Yeah.
Yeah, he can definitely swim without getting wet. I mean, let's be real. Like, he can do it, and he got some mentality. So he's like, when we speak about discipline. Like he could literally, if he wants to, sit back on the jab. Beterbiev's foot speed's not great. But like I said, that's the thing about the only reason I'm kind of now tilting away from because I'm like, bro, it's not like could this be a situation where you have a dude hurt in the fucking fight, like the injury comes up, like it's like, look, man, we overlooking this is a knee injury. That's not the best thing to be fucked up in your age like that, bro.
That's for a long time for your knee shit.
But Kenny, one question. I mean, I know Bivol has speed, right? But do you think that Beterbiev can time his speed?
You know what?
Because timing beats speed, man. It does.
But who's the time guy? It's out of the two. It's Bivol.
We'll see, man. Let's not put the cart before the horse.
Yeah,
I would say Bivol's the one that's more accurate with the speed.
Do you want to counter? A freak like that? Do you want to counter punch of a freak like that? It hits like a freight train. I wouldn't want to counter him. Not a chance, mate.
Because Bivol's the counter puncher, and that's just how it's going to be.
I'm not saying that he can't win, but all I'm saying is there's a number of unanswered questions that we need to see, and we're only going to see it when the fight happens.
Yeah,
And that last fight against the dude that the only thing that, like I said, it puts pause is like that last guy, like he couldn't get him up. What was it, Arthur? Whatever his name
Lyndon
was.
Arthur, Lyndon
Arthur.
He actually tried to knock him out. He tried to stop him.
He was trying, and that's the issue that I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, if at some point in time, Beterbiev, let's say around round 3, he realized like, yo, this dude can't hurt me. Fuck it. And just goes for it. It's going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, but you're talking one person out of how many opponents? I mean, there's always going to be that one.
Yeah. But he hasn't, Bivol hasn't had a knockout in
eons. He's not a knockout guy. But what I'm saying is him trying to stop Arthur was because in his head, Arthur's no threat. Let me try and stop him because what's going to come back ain't really Arthur ain't a big banger, but Arthur does eat a certain level of competition. He's knocked people out, but he's Commonwealth level. I just didn't fear Arthur. Like, all right, I can try and stop him. I can go a bit more guns blazing here.
Yeah, Arthur gave him nothing at all.
Canelo, he would have never have done. He never, as you saw, he never did that. With Beterbiev, I'm sure he's not going to be willy-nilly like that. He's just not like that. It's just Lyndon Arthur.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the point. The point I was making is the fact that.
But I don't think it was a thing where He doesn't have the. No, he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't have the strength, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that he couldn't get Arthur out, because I don't think that's going to be his game plan against.
No, that's not what I'm looking at. The issue I'm saying is with Beterbiev, if Beterbiev gets the inclination that he can't be hurt by him, then I think that changes Beterbiev's mindset. The Beterbiev feels like, oh, I'll take one all day because you can't do nothing. I'm going to try to land my artillery on you. It's going to be, that's the thing I'm trying to wonder about. Is that going to be the only thing that's an issue? Because if he realizes he can't hurt him, because even though in the points, I'm just saying, like, he has good jab, good footwork. I seen him put Zero to shame, but it's just his speed is way faster than him. And Zero, I didn't really think it was that great of a fighter to begin with, but like I said, so Beterbiev at some point in time, he's kind of a slow starter. First 3 rounds, he soaked up a little game, and he realized he can't get hurt. Does that become a huge issue for Bivol? Because then he starts swinging a little harder, not worrying about what's coming back. I mean, Beterbiev already knows that Bivol, in the grand scheme of things, can't hurt him. They're both on the same Russian national team, so they're very much in the know of each other and what each other can and cannot do. That I do know. So if I know that Bivol can't really hurt Beterbiev knows that. Okay, so as case to your point, yes. Now the Beterbiev knowing that Bivol can't hurt him, Beterbiev, you're going to say, like, he just kind of like walks him down. Fine, you can do that to the average Joe. God, or the average dog. Bivol's not the average Joe. Like, you have to catch him to be able to walk him down. Same thing with Alexander Usyk. You kind of have to catch them. Like, everyone's like, Fury's going to lean on it. Any other guy Fury's going to lean on. But for Usyk, you got to catch him. They're not the average Joes. So where that fight style does is this, where, oh man, he's just going to walk through him because this dude don't got no power. We're not saying that Bivol doesn't have any power. He has respectable power. But to walk Bivol down it's easier said than done. Nobody's walked him down.
It is. I mean, because Chan, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when he fought John Pascal. Now, I'm not saying like Beterbiev is not Pascal by any means, but it's like one thing I noticed about the fight is Pascal kept trying to force the fight, and like even though he couldn't land on Bivol just kept moving, outboxing him, countering, like just repeatedly peppering, moving around, just having his way with him. Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's like he can't. So like even if he can't hurt Beterbiev, he can pretty much just like keep letting him up with shots and doing the same thing. Pretty much.
Well, but that's the real question. I don't think it's so much a question as can he really like hurt him as much as it is does he have enough to keep him honest and keep him off of him in order for him to get off his combinations and everything. Because if he can't, it's going to be a long night. If he can, it's a different fight.
I mean, all right. Well, I saw him just get off his counters on Canelo. Easy. He got off his counters on Canelo.
Yeah, but Canelo don't punch like Beterbiev, though.
Canelo would still be on his resume as one of the hardest punchers on Bivol's resume. One of them. He'd be amongst them. Maybe just because he was coming from 168 to 175. Okay, you've got... So Beterbiev's had a hard-hitting joke, but he's also... But Bivol's been dropped by... I mean, not dropped, but wavered by Callum. Callum, what's the dude's surname? Bivol, Callum.
Well, Smith or
Smith?
No,
or
Callum Johnson.
Oh, Johnson. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He dropped Beterbiev. Yeah, you talking about him, right?
I know. No, who's the one that rocked? Joe Smith Jr. rocked.
Smith Jr. Oh yeah. Joe Smith rocked Bivol. Yeah.
Bivol, Callum. Callum. He fought Beterbiev.
Yes, he dropped him. Yeah, he dropped Beterbiev.
Yeah. Was that the body shot? Was that the shot to the body, or was that a dome shot?
It was a headshot.
It was a headshot.
Yeah, it was a head. Okay, so saying that, if Joe Smith Jr.'s that he's deemed as a hard hitter, Canelo's deemed as a hard hitter. Zordo, whatever, that's a really big guy. What I'm saying is, none of these guys have been able to have their way with. You're going to say they're not Beterbiev, but Beterbiev's had his way as well. So we can look at it in all angles. It's not like Beterbiev is like they're all seeing just the total. He is a demolition job because he's 20 fights and 20 KOs. But I mean, yeah,
There's a
Cersei,
little more foot speed. That's
you got to catch Bivol. You can't. It's
You
not
gotta
like
catch
that.
him. You gotta catch him, and that's not easy.
You got to catch him. He's not. This geezer's not run of the mill. I'm sorry, he's not run of the mill. He's not run of the mill. When it's style for style matchup and when it's attribute for attribute, when you look at it, I mean, Bivol's got better attributes than Beterbiev in his entirety. Beterbiev is a boxer puncher. I love him. Bivol, you know, who's saying he's a pure boxer, but I still like watching his pure boxer style. Like I liked watching Floyd Mayweather's pure boxer style. Some other pure boxers is neither here nor there with me, but that geezer, you're going to have to catch him. You're going to have to catch him. Alexander Usyk, you're going to have to catch him. And it's not like Bivol's a runner. He's not a runner. He will trade and get some shots off, and then he'll move out of range. So he's not one of them people that would just be running. He's not that guy. So, but yeah, when you want to get your shots off, I'm not saying he won't get hit, but he is one of them swim without getting wet guys. He is one of them. He's a special geezer. In the booties.
Again, a reminder to the Pascal fight. It's like he couldn't really hurt Pascal, but it's like Pascal couldn't do nothing with him at all.
Look, Pascal is like the sloppiest damn fighter.
I know. I'm just saying. Like,
Everybody that we mentioned, I do think that Beterbiev has a foot speed advantage. It may be only a little bit faster, but he's like, Joe Smith is like, all those dudes, their amateur pedigree is minuscule compared to Beterbiev, so his skills level is significantly greater.
In a way, he can break distance without you realizing. Though at times, and that's when he does get the knockout.
Yeah, he lulls guys to sleep almost to a point where you think you're in safety and you're not.
Sort of security, kind of like you're like, and then boom, out of nowhere, it's just a one punch. Good night, Irene.
That's why we got to see it. We got to see it, man.
That's why the fight's so intriguing, man.
Yeah, the fight. Well, I wonder what the bookies. Who's the favorite?
That's a good question. I got to look up the odds. I wonder who's the favorite.
Yeah, who's the favorite?
Probably Beterbiev. I already guessed. Maybe Beterbiev.
I would think. Yeah, I would think it's probably Beterbiev. Yeah. What up,
Cersei? Higher knockout percentage. So yeah.
Senior, two ends. You know how to say it. Hey, Andre Noble, we're in the booty. Student of the game, sir. Student of the game. I try. What up, Dan? Yeah, 34. What up, sis? Jamal Charlo. Let's move on. We don't want to talk about that. Have we got the lights up? Has the lights been going up? Are y'all still hating?
But the odds on that fight are dead even. It's -110 for both of them.
Wow.
God damn.
Makes sense. It is a 50-50.
It's a legit 50-50, man. They literally don't know who can win either one. Yeah. That's crazy.
I wish we got fights like this all the time, man. I really do.
We be trying to break it down, like it's okay, sir, senior. You know it's two ends. You always have it. It's two ends. I know. Yeah, but I've been trying to trying Lieutenant Data on there. Where is our Lieutenant Data? We haven't paid Lieutenant Data for a hot minute. We deal with stats, facts, and data though. Where's Mr. Kevin Samuels?
I have opinions just like anyone else. You got opinions. But unlike what you're doing is I bring facts, data, statistics, things you can go look up yourself.
Computer, establish a security code for access to all functions previously transferred to bridge.
Enter code.
173467321 Charlie 32 789777 643 Tango 732 Victor 73117888 732 476789764376 lock.
Security code intact for all specified inquiries and orders.
We've been trying to break this down. Like, I'm hearing everybody's point. I'm like, oh, that's a point. There's a point. Yeah, there's a point. Oh, God. Yeah, the fights like this are very intriguing. I guess. Yeah, you're right. We don't know the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. You ain't got the answers. I need to get that, don't I? There's a many of ones that I need to get. Okay, so we are moving on to the next part.
In the building. division. Inabilities.
Hey, we're going to move on to Naoya Inoue. Yeah, as we saw on Monday, just gone, bow in the presence of greatness, mate. That was a pleasure to witness. So my prediction was Inoue KO round 5 to 7. And he scored the KO in round 6. You know, I should be back in Champ Ross's prediction league. I'll be killing them. I'll be killing them. Yeah. When you're in the league and then you don't be winning. But yeah, shouts out to Edward, the old school champion of that league. Edward, have you ever gone back in it?
Nah.
Yeah, I haven't gone back.
Too much effort. I didn't know what I was like, man. I didn't want to go through that again.
You took number 1 and I took top number 9 and never came back. Champ Ross, CR, don't worry, I'm gonna come back, but you need a lot of time.
I've been thinking about it, so sometimes, Cecily, this would have been a good time to come back, but
yeah, I know. It's very good. If you'd like to join the fantasy prediction league with Champ Ross, either get at me or find Champ Ross. He's on Facebook. And I'll give you the email address. Sometimes Champ Ross is lurking in the chat, but I don't think he's here today. But yeah, just hit me up or find Champ Ross on Facebook. It's a brilliant league. He gives you all of the fight cards. You predict on them, and you can actually win mini belts, money prizes. It's a sick league. So yeah. So yeah, have a look. Who has to jet off? Oh, okie dokes. There you go. Okay, so next we're on to anyway, Naoya Inoue. Let's go. Who wants to kick? Kenny, did you see the fight?
Yes, I did. That was a fight I was looking forward to. It was a brilliant fight. He got dropped in the first round, came back in the second round, and then after that, knocking him, avenging his knockdown. I just saw a boxing masterclass. Don't get me wrong, Neary gave his all, but he just kept on. There were times when he was always trying to throw punches, and Inoue knew when to be out of range and when to be in range. There was a time when Inoue was going, "Come on, try and hit me," and every time he came in, bang, 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 bang. The left hook to put him down in the second was just beauty. The fact that Neary didn't see it.
No, but you have to remember, Inoue went down in the first round.
I know, that's what I mean. He went down in the first round with a left hook.
With a left hook as well. Yeah.
With a left hook as well. But it's just the way. Oh, neither was I. It was the knockdowns. Let's talk about the first, the left hook that put him down in the second, and then the fifth round of right hand, and then in the sixth round again, he's caught him where he's put him down a perfect right hand where he doesn't see it coming. But it's just his feet, the way he was just the jabbing, the power he gets for a small man to get that amount of power. You know what? People come up to me and saying, "But do you think that he should come to America?" I said, "What for?"
He's already fought a couple times already. Yeah, stop with this. Come to America. The man just made like $6-7 million there.
You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. You think about it. He's got that big crowd behind him. And you got top rank. Paying for the TV rights.
Background noise, please. Anybody mute mics? A clean quality show. Audio wise, mute mics. Go ahead, Kenny. Ken, not you. Oh, is that you with your dogs, Ken?
Yeah, it's my dogs. Yeah.
God. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, what I was saying is that, you know what, is he the pamper pan? I think so. We
can talk about this because it's arguably 1A and 1B with Crawford, and after we break down the fight. We can talk about if is he pound for pound number 1, number 2, whatever. So, yeah, whatever place that I guess some people may. I don't know if anyone would put him as number 3 and 4 and 5. That would be crazy if anyone puts him anywhere different from 1 or 2. So, okie doke. So, AJ old day. What did you think? How did you think that fight was going to end? I'm sure you thought it was going to end via Inoue knockout.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was no debate about that. I didn't pick a round actually. I just said Inouye's going to stop him early or late or just however it goes. But by far, I'm just Inouye's the only fighter I will literally wake up early or just stay up all night to watch because not just his fights in general, like the cards he puts on are absolutely spectacular. I mean, all the fights were great, like from start to finish. Especially that one. His brother was on the undercard. He got dropped in the first round too.
Was it? Who was the co-main? I think
the co-main was the Jason Maloney fight against Jason Maloney. Now, I mean, Chan, to be fair, like he almost had this guy out of there in the last round. He came close to stopping him because he tired bad. I mean, so if he had like maybe 30 more seconds, he probably would have knocked him out and stopped him.
But he just wasn't good enough throughout the fight.
No. Yeah, he got outboxed, outlanded. Yeah, the other dude clearly just beat him to the punch. Yeah. So I mean, but it was by the 12th round came, it was $1 too late. But like, just the guy who beat him, he's got to work on his gas tank. But because it's funny, I never predict Maloney. Usually, I never predict Maloney fights. I mean, well, I did. Well, sometimes I do. But Andrew Maloney actually picked Nakatani to knock him out, which is what happened. Very, very, very violently. I mean, but and I think. I picked no way to stop Jason when he fought him as well. So that
this guy that he was fighting was a former. He's only 9.
Former kickboxer. Yeah.
So he was 9-0, and he was a southpaw, and he just fucked up the Maloney, Jason. I was just like, you're not good enough. Do you come from a land down under? Home you go. He just wasn't good. Yeah,
he just wasn't. Yeah, I mean, but the Maloneys, I've never honestly been high on them.
But at least you went and got your little payday, out there, and shouts out to you. But you gone home beltless, and the 9-0 geezer swiped the belt. Wild.
But I've never been high on the Maloneys. Either one.
What was it? The WBA belt.
WBO
belt. Oh,
Yep. So now he's this guy who beat him to Kai. I think he's the WBO bantamweight champion. Bantamweight.
Yeah, Takai.
But Chan, did you know all the champions that are all Japanese are bantamweight now?
They're running the whole division. You mean?
The whole division, yeah. All champions are Japanese.
I know Inoue was super bantam. Yeah, so that's their division. Yeah, it's the shouts out.
I don't mean to hog, but let me just talk about the fight right quick. Okay, so first round happens. Inoue had a brief lapse in judgment, got a little careless, and got dropped heavy with a massive counter left hook, man. It's like the look on his face was like, oh, shit, did that really just happen? But
he was
credit to Inoue, man. Inoue, these guys, he's just built different. I mean, because credit to him, he got up and absolutely dominated from that point on. And I mean, just put him down in a second, got his look back with a beautiful counter left, walked him right into it.
Yeah.
Dropped it, then proceeded to actually showboat, have fun, like just mess around.
I was like, okay.
Like this dude is a G, bro. I mean, like just go on with your bad self, bro. I mean, but then like he put him down again with another. He fought in the pocket, then put him down again with another left hook on the fifth.
Yeah.
And then the sixth knocked him out brutally. Like the punches he ended the fight with were just my god, like insane.
Neri was nearly through the ropes.
Dude, it's like his life force just left his body for a few seconds. The spirit just left.
But that's what you call popping dirty, missing weight.
Yep.
Japanese don't deal with this disrespect.
So they want to pay back, and then we got it for them, for himself and all of Japan that night, man. It's like, I mean, but honestly, you got to really admire just guys like Inoue. It's like for them to just end a fight just like on a whim with power punches. You know what I mean? Just
I wasn't even panicked because everybody can see me. I'm usually tweet alongside sometimes when I'm watching the fights. When he got knocked down, I saw everyone tweeting. I'm like, tweeting me, he got knocked down. I didn't do one tweet. I was like, it doesn't matter. He's still going to win. He's still going to win. I knew he was still going to win. And look, I knew he was still going to win.
It doesn't matter what you do when you get dropped. It matters what you do when you get back up.
Spritz getting out. I knew he was still going to win. Inoue. But anyway, yeah, I knew he was still going to win. Yeah, he's stealth, mate. That kid's cold with it. That kid is cold. He's nice, as you say. He's nice with it, mate. Yeah, great fighter. He's a hell of a fighter.
Yep. I mean, but I will say this: as he moves up in weight, he's really gonna have to be careful of his defensive.
This is the problem now,
and it showed in this fight now because like
yeah.
if he keeps like somebody's gonna get him good. I mean, like, especially if he goes up to featherweight 126.
126.
You know,
okay. While before we get on to that bit, because I think that is that is actually something that we want to talk about with Inoue. But okay, your breakdown of the fight and then Country's breakdown of the fight as well.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. You know, nice little scrap. Inoue faced a little adversity, got dropped. Close the show. That's all I got. And that's all she wrote, mate. Country, your breakdown on Inoue.
Yes, ma'am. What's called? I didn't get to see the fight live because it was on here at like 1 o'clock in the morning. I had to work the next morning, but I caught it the next day and watched the whole thing. Inoue got caught up. He made two mistakes. One, he got caught up in the knockout and getting revenge thing. So he didn't go out with it. I feel like he didn't come out with his normal skills because he came out trying to be aggressive and was just going to try to knock him out from the get-go because they both came out throwing bombs. Second, he left himself open, you know, and that was the mistake. And Neri's a good fighter. He may not be, you know, one of the, you know, he's not like the top level fighter, but he's a good fighter. And he saw the opening and was able to capitalize off of it. But it was a surprise to Inoue, but I don't think Inoue was hurt. He was more like a little surprise.
Is it Neri's 2-division champ?
He is. Yeah.
So that's top fighter in my country.
Okay. Well, he was definitely quality, but he was really good enough to, you know, pull it off and put him on the canvas. But that was kind of his mistake because he woke the monster up, and you know that's when everything went. You know, Inoue made all the adjustments and started nailing him. He knocked him down several times before knocking him out, and that. When he knocked him out, man, you just seen him laying on the ropes and his head went snap back, and it was like he wasn't there. It was done. So I mean, but it's what we expected. I mean, I think the knockdown was just a little bit of a hiccup, but it was a good hiccup because I think Inoue needs that experience to move forward. Because as he like you said, as he goes higher, he's going to be encountering harder punchers and people who can really probably do something to him. You know, so
this is his window. It's where he'll probably have a loss there.
Right. Well, the path he's going, it's inevitable that he's going to lose. You know, I mean,
it's not about
to say that.
If he loses, because he's still phenomenal. Just because you lose doesn't mean you're not. It's just that you've taken these risks and you're fighting great fighters. I'm just pointing it out that 126. Because what I saw there is anybody that is, because we all know that even Neri being at 122, you're not supposed to be there yourself. So he's really a let's just call him a 126, 130 pounder, really where Neri should be. But that's why he'd be coming in missing weight, and he popped to strip the weight the last time and stuff. So we already know 122, you shouldn't be there. That could be also fucking with your punch resistance. And how old's Neri now?
He's 29, I think. Yeah, 29. Yeah.
I mean, it didn't change my view of Inoue at all. I mean, Inoue is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's definitely a star. I mean, it didn't change any view I had about Inoue. I mean, to me, it stayed the same. But I mean, even Inoue stated he was happy that he got knocked down because he wanted that experience.
Yeah, I can see he's the type of guy that he said I needed that and that. There's fighters that I see go down and I'm like worried for them for the rest of the fight. But I honestly, for some reason, just wasn't worried that he went down. I just wasn't. I didn't tweet. I didn't go, oh my God, like I usually do. Oh my God. I just said nothing. And then round 2, boom. check
Yeah,
right hook.
Chan, I said the same thing. As soon as he put him down with that counter left,
Gone down. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, he's got this. He's gonna take him out soon. He's got this.
Again, had him down, and then the finishing punch was with the right hand, and it was like, whichever hand you want me to do is, and also Neary being a southpaw didn't care because he's fought his last three. I think his last 3 fights or 2 fights have been southpaw with Fulton. What is Fulton a southpaw?
I believe he is.
I'm checking. Give me a sec.
And then who did he just fight after Fulton?
On the Fulton's orthodox.
He's orthodox. That's right. He is. You're right.
Tapales is a southpaw.
Tapales southpaw, and then
Neary's a southpaw.
Neary's a southpaw. So
I got that backwards.
Oh, good.
Fulton orthodox. Okay. All right. Cool. Fulton's orthodox. Right. So I never thought, oh my God, like, this is going to pose a problem. Nothing seemed to. I just knew he was just going to just delete the 9 bells out of Neary, and Neary
he did.
And Neary's a tough brother guy, so it's like,
he took a lot of heavy shots before getting stopped, though. He did.
And I mean, after he got up and that, you saw him like walking down and taking pictures of people, walking back to his locker room and stabbing people up. He didn't need like someone to help him and staggered. He looked like he had the 9 bells knocked out, but he recovered and he was like, yeah, cool. Que onda, rale. Like he was out, like, yeah, I'm all right. He was out. So I knew this geezer's tough. Neary is fucking tough. So that'd be his second loss. First loss was to Brandon Figueroa. Did I see Brandon Figueroa? No.
Oh,
okay.
He was on Canelo's undercard. I didn't see that fight.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, that fight. Yeah, he went by a 9th round stoppage. Yeah.
Did we just see him? Yeah. So I mean, second loss, and I think the end.
Second loss by knockout. Second stoppage
loss by stoppage. So I think this is the end for Neary looking for any like title fight at this stage. He's going to have to wait if Inoue vacates, moves up.
He can win a vacant belt, I think. Yeah.
Quick question for you guys. Do you think?
Because he's arguably, you would say Inoue is the hardest puncher in the 22 division, and then you're going to have to say Lewis Neary is the second hardest, right? Agreed?
I'd agree with that.
In 22.
Yeah.
Go ahead, country.
Quick question, just real quick. Do you guys see Inoue fighting Nakatani?
Junto.
Yes.
Oh.
What division is that at?
Junto would have to come up because he's a bantamweight right now. He's WBC champion.
Junto's 118.
Yeah. He just knocked out Santiago in his last fight to become the champion.
I mean, but then he would have. Yeah. Well, are we really thinking of people to come up from 180?
That's a super fight, though, man. In my opinion.
Yeah, dude.
Who does he? So who's next for Inoue to fight? So who's
his mandatory challenger, Sam Goodman, by the way, the IBF and WBO. Fighter from Australia. I don't know who this guy is.
I don't know. So I'm just about to say, Sam who? Sorry. We already. I know this sounds bad and you could be ignorant, but I don't know you and you're losing.
Yeah, agreed. Same thing with Paul Butler. It's like I don't know who that was, and
you're not winning, Sam Goodman. It's not going to be good for you. It's going to be bad.
Yeah, but he's number 1 by the IBF and the WBO. I looked up the rankings.
God, Sam Goodman. Let me write that down.
You know what I want to see Inoue do next? Beat the Sam Goodman guy, then fight MJ Akhmadaliev, then move up.
MJ.
Yeah, because he's number 1 in the WBA right now, so he's mandatory by the WBA.
Talking about that. So do you think he should just fight MJ and then go up? Do you think he should go up to 120?
Yes. I mean, scratch that Sam Goodman stuff.
Because I'm not that fully. Remember, I was saying in the group that listen. Okay, so 126 is featherweight, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be lads that walk around at 150.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, they walk around at 150. Let's not pretend that the 126 pounders walk around at 135, only 10 pounds off their weight. No, they don't. We already know that lots of these guys are boiling down. We know this, right? So just give it devil's advocate. Some of them are walking around at 140. That's still throwing caution to the wind. That's only saying they're only 16 pounds past their when they're walking around or past their fight weight. We know that's not really. 1 second, 1 second. Stay there and be on pause. 1 second. And we know that's not really the thing that's happening. So we've got people like I said, even like at like our kind of world level, you'd have Lee Wood. So he's vacated one. I think he's gone to 130 now, hasn't he?
Yeah, you're right. Raymond Ford just won his old belt.
Yeah. So listen, you've got these types of lads are big because you saw already Lee Wood. Lee Wood's a bit. He was big at one. He was big 126 pounder light.
Yep.
So you know you got. Well, I tell you, who he could face because he'd be getting stopped left, right, and centre. Put fucking Inoue in with Michael Conlon.
Oh God! Oh no! Mike don't deserve that, man.
Sam,
Mike
what
don't
are you
deserve
doing?
that. Oh.
He's devil you.
Knock him the fuck out again. Because I mean, wouldn't that look good that he moves up? Because I mean, we're gonna have to kind of be strategists here. Because we want to keep Inoue protected at all costs. I'm kidding. But wouldn't it look good if he just had to move up and he just knocks out Conlon? You got to give him someone that's knockoutable because these lads are big. Is my whole point. And I'm not saying that Inoue is running away from me. He's ducking smoke. But I'm just saying if you want it to look fantastic, just put fucking Conlon in there. He's been stopped 3 times on the trot. Give him a 4 for a big payday in fucking the land of the rising sun, and we good. Who would you have him fight at 126? Because
I know the perfect guy.
It's only going to fare well if it's a pure boxer with not a lot of power for Inoue at 126.
I know a couple of options. Well, just to start off, I think that if Inoue goes up to, to continue my point, I think Inoue should fight MJ. Then move up because nobody's gonna. I don't want to see a Sam Goodman. I don't want to forget that guy. But at 126, I think it stops there for Inoue. I think he's gonna hit his cap at 126. I really do.
He shouldn't go no higher.
But I give him a chance against Ray Ford since he's a pure boxer.
Yeah,
and,
Ray. Yeah, me
then
too.
Also maybe Luis Alberto Lopez. I'm not honestly sure he could maybe beat him. I'm not sure about that. But maybe. But
who was the last fight that I saw him in? That's the little Mexican lad.
Yeah, he knocked out Michael Conlon as well. In, in 5 rounds. Yeah, so
yeah. I mean, but it'd be explosive.
It would be good.
So Inoue with an explosive Mexican lad.
Yeah, that fight could happen in house because they're both top ranked. So honestly, if they want it,
Who else? Would you guys agree? It has to be a pure boxer at 126 that he faces someone that doesn't have that much power. Because if he faces someone that is a boxer puncher like him, that's got bombs at 126, that walks around at 145, possibly 150, right? Mad.
What about Ray Vargas? He's still WBC champion.
God, that's the one that Nick Ball.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, he'd be towering over. I would give Inoue. Ray Vargas. Listen, Nick Ball was like 4'2" and arguably beat him. They robbed him. He wasn't, but Nick Ball, you are a dirty fighter. But Nick Ball was out muscling. It was split. It was a fight of 2 halves. So
Ray controlled the first half, then the latter half it got away from him, and he let Nick got in. Yeah.
So I mean, that'll be. I'd put Inoue. I'd be happy to just to spark out that Ray Vargas. Yeah, spark him out because I don't. But that is the height with the pop. But I think I'd be more comfortable. I wouldn't mind him being in with. I think that's a winnable fight still, even though with that.
Are we trying to put him in like a showcase fight because maybe like a Carlos Castro would be good. You know, he has a decent record, but I don't think he got a lot of pop. Carlos Castro.
He's
kind of outboxer, kind of got, he's kind of like versus like 30-2. He's a decent boxer. Like I said, he's ranked in kind of like the like slightly top 10.
Where's he from? Is he Hispanic?
Yeah, I think he's from I think he's from the US, but he's like a Hispanic fighter.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna have to look him up. I don't know, so I can't comment. I don't
He's
know.
originally from Mexico somewhere.
Oh, well, he lost to Brandon Figueroa and Luis Neri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's his only two losses. Yeah, that's his only two losses.
Right, so that would be a good showcase fight because you'd look like, even though we're not trying to do triangle theory out here, it'd be more likely that you're trying to say this would be a good choke because them two guys have already lost to the guy.
Yeah, you can give Inoue that one. I'd say give him that one.
Yeah, I think it's a good scrap, and it's like I said, it's a credible name.
Hang on, we've got Artilette. Hang on, let me hook you up on the roadcaster. I hope you're not going back and you're keeping with the topic because we're not going back. We're not going back to the beginning.
Chan, you may be surprised by my next pick, but go ahead.
Hang on a sec.
You good?
Just hooking up the. Go ahead, Arlette.
No, I'm not gonna comment. I'm just.
Yeah, you can't. We've passed it.
No.
Yeah, you took too long.
I know. I'm sorry. I was not feeling well. Hi, Ken. Hi, panel. Hi,
Yeah, because we're in the.
Yeah, you know what?
We're in the
The weirdest thing happened to me, but I'm not gonna comment on the past.
What was it about?
But
Canelo? Was it Canelo?
No, it's just I was not gonna comment on the Canelo fight. I'm not gonna put your thing behind. I'm just gonna comment forward.
Yeah, we're talking about Inoue now.
Yeah, I'm just impressed, and I wasn't scared about the knockdown either. I mean, I agree. I knew he was gonna win. It was just like a hiccup.
Yeah, it was. I wasn't fearful at all.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I fell asleep. Girl, just briefly, I had a really rough day. I saw Forrest Whitaker, the actor, on today on Madison and 57th Street, because everybody knows I live in New York.
Yeah.
And he was walking by himself, and nobody knew that was him. And I knew it was him, Forrest Whitaker.
Oh God! Nobody knew that actor.
I don't know. Yeah, anyone knows who Forrest Whitaker is?
Yeah, the actor that was on.
Yeah,
Oscar winner.
He's on everything. Yeah, he's on everything.
He was just in there.
So he was walking on Madison. I was like with a Fendi store and the Chanel store around that corner. And he was by himself, and he looked so confused, and he was by himself. He looked disoriented. So I asked him I said, I'm not going to blow you up. I know who you are, but are you okay? And he just shook his head. I had to go because I had to get on my bus. But someone that was near me said, oh my God, you're my favorite actor. But that guy looked so like he was out of it. And it was weird that he didn't have anyone with him. He looked like he needed like a walker or something. But he was definitely not in his right, capabilities. I have no idea yet, but I know when I got home, I went home, then I started to get sick. So whatever he had came on me because I had to go outside to the store. So school, I was on your live earlier. Like, I was one of the first people. And I just went and I fell asleep because I felt dizzy and nauseated. And then now I took a quick nap and I'm better. But that took a fast why I was out for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to comment on the rest afterwards. I'll just,
All right, girl.
But,
all right. Well, let's get back to Inoue.
I know that's a long story, but it was crazy.
Yeah, I'll tap back in with you on it on after the show anyway. Because I was listening, but I wasn't listening. I'm typing and I'm trying to think. So sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. All right, girl. Are you
Okay, I love you. I'll be back on the chat.
All right. Mwah, mwah.
Okay, bye.
Bye, girl. Bye. Arlette come in talking about Forrest Whitaker. I was like, Arlette, you crazy girl. We talking about boxing. All right, back to 126 division.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I believe I was saying I had another option.
What's going on in the front? Yeah, less on the back. Let's talk about what's going on here. Go ahead, because it's.
By the way, Chet, I had another interesting option for 126 for Inoue. You might be surprised. Josh Warrington.
Yep. Josh Warrington. And who's the other geezer that Jetty said one as well? Josh Warrington. We already had Josh Warrington, Lee Wood. We had Lee Selby. And he retired though.
Oh yeah. He's been retired. Yeah. I think the guy who just low key
drag him out of retirement just to get knocked out. He'd come out.
The guy who low key beat Hitchens retired on the Lemos guy. Yeah.
Who else? Hang on. Come on. 126. Give me 126. Because it's my division that I have to start really paying mad attention.
Are we picking top 10s?
Pick top. Kenny Ken. Who would you like? Anyway, at 126, top 20. Who have we got? Top 20.
You mentioned Warrington. You mentioned
retired. The last time I can't remember seeing him fight.
I like to see him against Robeisy Ramirez. I like that fight too. Robeisy Ramirez.
Laura.
Oh yeah, Laura.
Oh yeah. Oh, that'd be a war. That fight would be insane.
And fucking Lee Wood. Oh fuck, Mauricio Lara.
Woo.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
That's got fireworks written all over it.
Listen, I don't know if 126 he should. I think he should stay at 122.
Yeah. Yeah.
126 is.
I mean, he moves up. The losses start there at 126. In my opinion. Yeah.
That's what we thought with Devin Haney. Even though it's two different fighters, by the way, one's got power, one don't. But we always knew Devin Haney leaving 135. We fought 140. We fought 147. He was definitely going to have lost 140, 147. And effectively he did, but he didn't. But you can see where there's going to be problems as he got. So I'm just saying, even though Inoue is a banger, them guys, they're bigger and they're bangers. You got the Laras and that they may swarm all over him. But he's got the skill set though to spin some of these lads still. But I mean, Josh Warrington, I think you could knock out Josh Warrington. But
I think you could beat Josh Warrington. Josh Warrington is kind of like past. He's kind of faded at this stage.
At this stage of his career, I think Inoue should be a Josh Warrington.
I mean, Josh Warrington, is he a knockout man? Is he a knockout artist? Or is it
Inoue is a knockout artist. Yeah, he's a knockout artist.
No, when you talk about Josh Warrington's a pressure fighter, but he doesn't knock his man's out, does he?
No, he doesn't have power. He doesn't have power. That's the problem.
Like that, yeah. So, I mean...
But Mauricio Lara's last fight was at like 130, so I mean, he probably comes out, but he's huge. He's huge, he's at Super Feather.
What's his next fight?
No, actually his last
26. Lara was at 126 though.
Yeah, but like I said, his last fight was at 130.
Yeah, he went up to 130. But when he fought Warrington, it was at 126. Yeah.
Yep. Beat Lee Wood at 126 too. Became a champion there. So, yep.
Lee Wood's just moved up and he's vacated, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because we don't know. Yeah, you too big for that. I don't know. Yeah, 126, tough one for Naoya Inoue up there. I think he'd just be happy to what's the food like for real? All right, so who's just in 122?
All right, so you got Ahmed Aliev. He's still there. I like him to fight him because I wanted them to fight back when Ahmed Aliev was champion. So I'm still kind of intrigued to how that fight will go. So I want to see that fight.
Yeah, I've got that.
Let me see who else. And nobody really a note, honestly. He beat Fulton. He beat Tapales. Just beat Neri. And those guys were all in the top five.
Yeah. Dispatched.
So Akbadaliev, really, I just wanted to see him fight that guy for the most part.
So really, it is about. So at 126, who's the belt holders? Go ahead. Who's the holders?
WBA Ray Ford.
BA is Ford, and yeah, he's going to be in the 5+5. Ray Ford, yeah. Go ahead.
IBF Luis Alberto Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
WBO Rafael Espinoza. He just upset Robisa Ramirez in his last fight. So Rafael Espinoza.
Who's the BC?
Ray Vargas, and interim champion is Brandon Figueroa, and who's interim champion.
Interim. BC interim.
I wouldn't mind a fight between him and Brandon.
Figueroa can, yeah, why not?
I think honestly, Figueroa's tailor-made for Newey. Like he sells out and does a lot of stuff he shouldn't. So I think he's going to make it easy for Newey to hit him.
Figueroa beat Neary. I mean, see what you can do with Figueroa.
Let's see if you could be exactly.
Yeah. We saw what Figueroa did with Neary. Let's see what you can do. We know what you've done with Neary. Let's see what can you do that with Figueroa. I guess that would be a good fight. MJ Nadalioff, yeah, I got that. Ray Ford, I'd have Inoue starch him. Ray Ford, I'm afraid. So I'm just trying to look. Is it achievable that he can be 3-time undisputed here?
Whew. Oh man, it's a tough ask, man. It is.
Lads. With these current lads. Country, what do you reckon? With these current lads, with Ray Ford, Lopez, Espinoza, Vargas, and Figueroa, or whatever, you don't even have to have him, but Vargas, wouldn't you say that's achievable that he could be 3-time, 3-division undisputed? If he,
yeah, I think so. I think it's achievable, definitely.
Yeah, I do as well. Looking at it, I do. I sure do. And they would all get.
It ain't going to be a walk in the park, though.
Walk in the park, but I mean, all of these lads will get a nice old
payday. You want payday? I know that.
Yeah,
and also, Chad, just right quick, could I elaborate on something? I think it was Kenny who said, and I can't stress this enough. Please stop telling Inoue he needs to come to the U.S. He's fine in Japan, okay? I mean, because like I was at the gym not that long ago, and I showed somebody footage of Nakatani Starch and Maloney, and you know what he said? He said, "Oh, he needs to come here and do that." The look on his face when I told him that the fight was in Vegas.
Yeah. We can see.
I mean, this man just did 55,000 in the Tokyo Dome, bro. He's cool where he's at. Okay.
Where the last time that was historic with Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
And, who was it? Buster Douglas.
Like all these cats can go to Japan to fight him. Everybody we just named at 126, they could all go to Japan and fight him for real.
Yeah, and they make money as well. He's the cash cow of his country, mate.
Fulton was paid his highest career purse for going over there.
Fulton, yeah.
He never made money like that in the States.
I was like, go, be gone. Neary almost.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you get Neary almost slept anyway. No, not really.
But what he do when he got up? What he do when he got up?
Him no. I hate when people say these things like because he got right back up. It wasn't a flash. It was a knockdown, but he didn't almost sleep him. Sleeping means that Neary was struggling to beat the count to get up. Oh, it wasn't Ghost. Be gone. Stop lying. That's why you're a ghost because you don't exist. And we those types of people. Mexicans gonna stomp Inoue.
Wow, dude.
So
you're
one of those types of people. But you know, we welcome all you trolls, but you're a ghost, so actually I'm gonna pretend that I can't see you anymore because we can't. You're a ghost. Anyway. Spooky. So anyway, yeah, it looks like he could maybe move up. Fight if he fought. I don't know. This Goodman thing just sounds very anticlimactic for me. But you can't always have the greatest of. You can only fight who the Mandos are, and at the end of the day, if he has to beat this Sam Goodman, then that he shall do. And then maybe fight Makhmudaliev, and then maybe just go up to 126 and see. At least, even if you don't undispute, you could get a belt, at least one or a belt or two. You never know, and then just keep it up there, and maybe you could just bounce between, 120. Once he go, do you think he'll full out at 126? He'd be a good.
Yeah.
Would it be? He'd be all right. What would you
okay.
Around that?
Say again, Chan.
What does he even walk around at? Do you reckon?
Oh, that's good. I didn't even know. That's a good question.
Naoya Inoue, how he's
Because
five.
he was never that big to begin because he started his career at 108. So
Fly, right?
fly, yeah. I think fly
Yeah.
or maybe yeah. So
Yeah.
hmm.
So I mean, yeah, he's a small lad. He's a small lad that packs a big punch. Yeah, 126 is his. I guess I don't know, maybe. And how long would you say that he has left? Because how old is he? 30?
31
Okay.
now, yeah.
So you would say those little lads tend to bow out by the time you'd probably be out before 34. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean,
Probably the greatest fighter ever to probably come out of Japan at this stage, honestly. You know what I mean? Without a doubt. Like
without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt. Now, let's go on to the topic with him in it. So let's go, because this one is subjective.
In the building. And the building.
Okie dokie. We're on a weekly wrap-up Shiggity show. So, listen, now, this tends to get people in arguments, divorces, and, people break up, couples break up.
divorces.
All of this stuff. Friendships stop being friendships out after this as well. So, we're going to speak about, is Naoya Inoue pound for pound number 1 or pound for pound number 2? Bud Crawford, number 1 or number 2? So I'm going to start first with Kenny Ken. And okay, so who is your number 1 pound for pounder, Ken? If you've got one, by the way.
I do have one, and it does waver when I do both see him fight. If you ask me a day ago, a week ago, I would have said Crawford.
Yeah.
And then I saw that performance. I don't know. I'm gonna. Sometimes it wavers. It wavers between the two. But I do think that those two. I do think that those two. Their levels above the fighters. Today's fighters. At the moment.
Yeah. So
yeah,
no. So are you putting Inoue at 1, or you don't know? Yeah.
No, I don't know, but I do think those two, 1A
and 1B.
I do think that there's a gap with those two. I think there's a gap between the third and the list.
Yeah. So you've got them at joint 1.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah.
1. Like, if there was in the Olympics, if it was bronze, you got the joint geezers in the bronzes too.
I don't know, the last Olympics, they shared the. I think didn't they share the gold with the Italian and Italian and So they share the gold.
But you can share if the points is exactly that. But I know, the bronze is always shared, isn't it? Yeah. But you can be shared bronze. Shared gold for sure. It's just a point system. Okie dokes. Okay, so Kenny Ken, you got them at joint. No matter who, no. Okay, all right. And then we've got AJ all day. And tell me your reasoning why you've got any fighter at number 1 and the other one at number 2. But by the way, obviously there's no right or wrong answer because this is all subjective. I've kind of got my mind semi made up based on certain things, but I want to hear more because then I might be like, okay, I might be over it.
Got you. I think that. Well, I didn't actually make a choice last year, but now with this, I know he's number 1 for me. Crawford comes strongly at number 2, and the sole reason they're both undisputed. But Inoue has been a champion in one more division, and he's beaten more champions than Terrence Crawford has. Plus, he's been more active in recent years. Yeah. Probably not much, but his track record has been pretty good. I mean, Inoue's fought since 2020. He fought once a year, but then he fought.
What's Inoue's record? What's Inoue's record? How many fights has he had?
Currently now 27-0, 24 wins by knockout. Yeah.
24.
Yeah, but he's fought twice in the last 3 years. He's had one fight this year, then twice 2023, twice 2022, twice 2021. So he's been active too. So,
and he's a 4 division champ.
yep. In addition to being the double undisputed like Bud.
Mm.
So yeah, I have him as number 1 currently.
Double and how many champs has he beaten?
8 in total.
Bud's 6.
Bud's 5.
5 beaten.
Yep, 5.
Champs. All right, cool. Thank you for that. And then we're gonna go with KOK. Okay.
What's going
Okay. Who have you got? Who do you put at number 1?
I got Terrence Crawford until he loses or retires. Number 1. Thing about it is, like I was saying before, like we have to look at it in the same strand. If Terrence Crawford had a showing like that, would you view it the same way? No, we wouldn't.
Like what?
Like I knew he had getting dropped in the first round. They already tried to say he's chinny off, getting dazed by a guy. So it's like, I put it like this: if I took both of them and somehow I had a machine that could make them the same size, I would pick Terrence Crawford and fight with him 9 out of 10 times. Easily pick him every time. So, like I said, until he retires or somebody beats him, which ain't gonna happen. He's just the skill set. I mean, like I say, if everything you could say about Inoue's skill set, I promise you, I could probably say something about Terrence and then some more. He can fight both directions. He can box inside out. He doesn't get into wars because if he chooses not to, and he can get into war if he wants to and still beat you up. So it's just like right now. Anyway, yeah, he's looking good, but he's a solid number 2, and I got Terrence a solid number 1, and then really I couldn't name a 3, 4, or 5.
You don't have to. I was just doing 1 and 2. Yeah, it's all good. Okie dokes. I'm going to interject before Country goes in, and then Country can go after. I'm with KOK. So I've speaking in a recent commentary. Inoue was asked about him being number 1 pound for pound, and he strongly said, "I'm not number 1 pound for pound. That's Terrence Bud Crawford."
Oh wow, he said that.
Yep, he said.
Wow, okay.
Terrence Bud Crawford is number 1 pound for pound. Even if he didn't say that, I was picking Terrence Crawford as number 1 pound for pound because I thought to myself, if they were the same size, skill for skill, who beats who? And in my opinion, Bud beats Inoue if they was the same weight and they faced each other. I think Bud's skill set will transcend to higher weights, like we're already seeing. It's not Inoue's fault that he can't get bigger. Only Bud can get bigger to a certain degree. But Bud's skill sets, even against the bigger lads, he can beat them with that. That's the definition of the pound for pound. Like, and if Bud was a heavyweight, the same skill set could, with Inoue's skill set at middleweight, beat middleweight. I'm not trying to take anything away from him because it looks mad impressive that the little guy, he just knocks you out because the little guys are not like that. So we're seeing an anomaly or a phenomenon. But I think with what KOK's saying, there's no disgrace getting knocked down. But if we saw Bud Crawford get knocked down in round 1, people say, "Oh, he got knocked down by Mean Machine." I mean, it weren't deemed as a knockdown.
No, he took a knee. I mean, in the early, but yeah, so
he reached over and went onto me, and it wasn't. Yeah, do you understand? But cool, if you want to say you got knocked down, you can say that. It's neither here nor there. We saw Inoue get, he got knocked down. Shouts out, he got up. I've never had no worries that he was going to go and delete that guy. But yeah, I just think pound for pound, Bud is a better fighter. Southpaw, orthodox, switch hitter, bombs in both hands. So was my guy. Stand in the pocket. More defensively responsible than Inoue, because I feel that Inoue's he showed a difference in his defense where him getting caught with that shot was quite unexpected to get kind of caught with that shot. He kind of like he knows better than that. Do you know what I mean? And I just think that Bud's skill set is overall better than Inoue's, in my opinion. Yeah, and if they faced each other, who would you have winning? There's no wrong or right.
Strong. Big hits harder.
Say that again.
Bud hits harder.
Yeah, the Bud hits are so if they was the same size, so they was just both at 140 pounders or 130 pounders or 118 pounders with the same skill set, same strength, who wins? My opinion, Bud. In Kenny's opinion, Bud. AJ, in your opinion, who would win?
Between Inoue and Crawford?
Mm.
Oh, Terrence. If they were the same weight, I pick Terrence.
Yeah, if they were the same weight. Only if they was the same weight. Yeah.
I mean, it's just with Crawford's dimensions, his height, and same weight. I pick Terrence.
Okay, Country, you go and give us your number 1 and number 2. I think Country's got. I'm on panel of Country.
I'm actually in alignment with AJ on this one. But my one caveat I want to add to that is this: that's for at this point in time. Down the line, that could change with another Bud victory, depending upon who he beats. And if he becomes a champ at 154, he could turn around and edge Inoue out for the number 1 spot. I mean, to me, they're both kind of there neck and neck. If they were the same size, I would pick Bud to beat him, but they're not. So, you know.
But that's the definition of pound for pound. So no, like pound for pound doesn't matter. Is if you're less than a heavyweight, does your skill set, if you were a heavyweight, beat everybody else? So you're not understanding the definition of pound for pound then, because you're saying they're not the same weight, so I don't need to keep that. You don't need to equate that. That's the whole point of deciding who's pound for pound.
Well, but I gave you my answer on that, though. I told you that if they were the same size, that I would pick Bud to win.
No. It's not about just picking Bud to win, because there's no wrong or right answer. But the fact that you said you pick Bud to beat him, but they're not fighting at the same weight, so it doesn't matter. Basically, is what you're saying, right?
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. I mean, because we're stating our opinions, but what's the full criteria? Because there's different criteria for, I mean, are we? I mean, because you're saying, I mean, is it solely based off if they were the same weight?
I was just saying, there isn't everybody's. That's why I'm saying this is subjective, so there's no right or wrong answer. But if I'm just trying to basically listen to what you guys are saying. So if you're saying that it doesn't matter that they're not the same size, so that's not taken into consideration, then it's kind of almost pointless mentioning it, because that's the real definition of pound for pound. So Sugar Ray, that was the definition. His skill set. If he was a heavyweight, that's why we don't put heavyweights in the real pound for pound list, because obviously it's not. It's that whoever's skill set's the best skill set, as if they transcended the weight divisions to heavyweight, would that same skill set beat everybody? Just pound for pound. Roy Jones Jr., pound for pound, number 1. So with Inoue's skill set, let's just say if Inoue's skill set, he went up to heavyweight, would his skill set beat everybody else? Or if Bud Crawford went up to heavyweight, would his skill set beat everybody else? So if Bud and Inoue fought each other, who has the better skill set? That doesn't make it that's how you're supposed to. That's just the definition of pound for pound, by the way. But I do take into consideration that, you guys are saying the amount of champions they've beaten. That's not technically in the pound for pound criteria. Well, it is. No, let me take that back, because it is.
Okay.
You have to be a multi-division champ. You have to be a multi-division champ. but you can be undisputed fighting one guy, okay, but you're still undisputed. You can be 2 division undisputed by fighting three guys. One guy's got or maybe one guy's got 3 belts, you got 1 belt, like we see, and then all right, you take all 3 of his belt. That's 1 fight. We see definitely do that with Cambosos. Everybody says it's a weak run, but he can't help what the run is. So, but then you can then go up and do the same thing. So you've effectively beaten maybe 2 or 3 champs. Does that make your pound for pound ranking less because another guy fought 12 champs in 3 divisions? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that taken into consideration is what I'm saying? Is the run taken into consideration for the pound for pound? Because this is what I'm trying to see. Because if the run's taken into consideration, then you're going to have an argument that Inoue is the 1A or number 1 and then Crawford number 2. So you're taking that into consideration. Also, and they're both undefeated. Is it taken into consideration that one achieved 2 division undisputed before the other?
It should be.
That first, yeah.
Then that would be Bud Crawford, and that's another thing why I put Bud Crawford slightly higher because he achieved that status before anyway.
Yeah. See, Chad, that's why I was torn on it for so long. It's like now I want to change my mind again,
Yeah,
it's like
everybody's because
I'd consider that before. I'd consider that.
There's any wrong or right answer. I was just trying to hear if I heard something that would pull me only to Inoue because I love Inoue. But I thought maybe I'll hear something that will just.
Well, okay. Well, here's the thing though. But okay, Bud did it first, but Inoue's ahead of him in the categories. If you go to the flip side and go to the skill versus skill, if they're the same size, Bud definitely beats him and wins that easily. So I think via his skills. So I mean, it makes it a little tough to
Yes.
But this is the thing that I say about that is that I don't think you should necessarily penalize a fighter because one guy was able to gather single championships and another guy, because it's literally like if you think about it, like in this context, going to 175 and Bivol and Viterbi has 3 belts, so that I guess I'm under impression he beat 3 world champions. So if Bivol beats him by the criteria of having more championship fights, Bivol only beat 2 champions. Yes, I'm just saying, let's say he beat 3 guys to get those 3 belts. So, but technically, you'll say, well, he beat 3 champions, and Bivol only beat 2. And so it's like, no, but he beat him. So so it's the same thing with like Earl Spence. Earl Spence got 3 championship titles that he beat 3 guys with, but Bud smashed that dude.
That's
so if you put it like this, if Terrence was able to collect, let's say one of like the guys he fought, like damn, I can't think of it. Porter had his belt and he collected his. So we're almost saying, bro, because he just got the guy that had 3 of them, that whereas anyway he's able to pick one at a time and get like it's. To me, I don't think fighting champions matter in the sense that if you just end up beating the guy and you have all the belts, then it is what it is, So I think that the level competition, like a championship belt, doesn't necessarily mean that level of competition is superior. It just means he has a belt, especially how the belt game is right now, anyway. So.
And about the promoters, side to the street, so certain fighters can't actually do a run. And then when people say Bud wasn't active, I mean, okay, but he was held on a rematch clause as well, so he couldn't really do anything. So I don't know if that's taken into consideration. It's not for the fact he didn't want to fight, it's that he's in a rematch clause. So Errol Spence tried to drag that all out. He's only now been able to shake his feet loose effectively and now to go on.
And now he's not taking the fight. Go figure.
Yeah, when you can't control things like that, for instance, like I said, Bud Crawford. So that's why I say you just got to go to the fruit. I know like people are shifted pound for pound, but literally it just means pound for pound, regardless of weight. If these fucking dudes fought, who wins? If you wanted to be a fighter, would you want to be Terrence Crawford or Inoue? Let's keep it real. You would want to be Terrence Crawford because most likely if he hits Inoue with that left hook, the fight is over. You know what I mean? And they're the same size. So I mean, it's just kind of like you got to look at it like that. Like it's literally, you know, Sugar Ray Robinson, he was so good, and they say he was better. Yeah, he said if he wasn't for being a small guy, if he was actually a physical heavyweight, he would be better than them too.
Everyone, because his skill set pound for pound beats everyone.
So yeah, in a way, it's not, and it's not to disgrade number 2 because anyways a nice fighter and stuff like that. But it's just unfortunately he has an all-world talent fighting at the same time he is. Yeah. It's no different than remember when we had the Floyd, which was a closer comparison because they're actually in the same division. But when we had the Floyd and Pacquiao would go number 1 when Floyd retired.
Yeah,
like it's like okay, he's number 1. Then they finally fought and we figured that all out. But it's still, it's not a thing. It just you just happen to be. You know, you just happen to be elite fire with at the time a super elite is around. Like it just is what it is. Yeah, now, when he retires, he's the best. That's how I was
thinking. Like there's lots of variables, and like I said, not wrong, right? But yeah, I just know pound for pound is skill set for skill set, not who. These are all nuances where people throw in like this one was more active than the other. When Sugar Ray Robinson was, that wasn't a criteria of the pound for pound. Like people just add. That's why I don't really do it because I thought I'd learned something different today that that would pull me one way or the other. But now I'm a bit more solid in that. Yeah, I've got Terrence Bud Crawford as number 1 and Inoue as number 2. But I'm not mad if people's got Inoue at number 1 and Bud at number 2. Like I said, I was trying to do this to get a more definitive thing for me. But yeah. I just tried to stick to the criteria of what pound for pound was based on. And that's why I retired out of it. And because a lot of, like I said, divorces, breakups, you know, people moved out of each other's homes and stuff. You know, kids were fighting in the playground. It was worse than Drake and fucking Kendrick Lamar. I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah, you know. So, I mean, yeah, I've got to say I've got Terrence Bud Crawford as number 1 pound for pound. And Naoya Inoue thinks the same thing. Let's say something. Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for those thoughts.
No problem. But that just shows you how humble the guy is. He doesn't even rank himself as number 1. You know what I'm saying? Despite all he's accomplished, you know.
Yeah, no, he's fucking amazing. I mean, it's not like he's. I mean, it's not like he's not gonna. Because remember, Bud's gonna be gone, so he's gonna be. Even if you do have Bud at number 1, Bud's going to be gone, and then it's going to be anyway. If that's the case for the foreseeable future, isn't it? Regardless.
Yeah. I mean, well, if he moves up and beats Madrimov and becomes WBA champion at 154, then okay.
Yeah,
then,
that's 4 division champ.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Two-time undisputed like Inoue. It's like, all right, yeah.
And then if he if he undisputes at 154, crazy. Maybe if he beats Canelo. That's crazy because that means he'd be covering more pounds than
in a way. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
be fighting a goddamn cruiserweight. That shit's gonna be ridiculous. Canelo's gonna be. That's man. I know they like. I just hope he's made enough money not to take that circus fight. I think I give him a chance to skill, but Canelo is big, man.
Let me section that, and then I'll see you, Kenny. 1 second, Ken. 1 second. Let me just say that we're the weekly wrap up. Shiggity shiggity where? Shiggity shit. Kenny Ken, you've hung out with us for a little minute, haven't you? I know this is a late one for you, Kenny Ken. Ken, tell the people, thank you so much, Ken. Tell the people where we can find you. Please, por favor.
Well, you're going to find me on Instagram because I'm more active than I am on Twitter, but I do have a Twitter handle which is called @KennyKen1972. You know, I think next week's show is going to be lit because I think it's the show that we're waiting for. So far, we haven't heard that Tyson Fury's pulled out. So I'm assuming next week's show, whenever it is, I think it's going to be it's going to be dominated by Tyson Fury and
oh God, fanboys.
One thing I will say is that it's the end of one thing I would say is that I'm definitely going to get to watch it, but the day afterwards, it's the last game of the football season, so I'm going to be disappearing for about a couple of days, mate. Because
well, Kenny, it's your fighting love, Tyson the Gypsy King Fury. So, yeah, now
who
have you got winning? You got Fury winning.
Fury, of course.
We'll say we'll do official predictions next week, won't we? Yeah,
save for next week's show.
Yeah, save it. That's right. Yeah, save it. You're right. Save it. So we can find you at Kenny Ken 1972
on Instagram and on Twitter. It's nice to meet you all. It's nice to talk with you all again. It's been a great time. It's really late in the UK, so I've got work tomorrow. But I think next week, I think we're going to change our minds who we think is going to win. We're probably going to go one way. And
sorry, I ain't.
I'm not.
We haven't had to go yet.
I ain't changing. But
I think I'm probably just talking about me then.
Yeah,
I'm probably referring to me then.
I can't wait to see weigh-ins and all of that, and I want to see all of that. But yeah, but you never know. I'm always open to learning more, seeing other things.
By the way, Ken, after the Monday after the fight weekend, if you need to take a day off, we understand. Because
if my man loses, I get that one.
You go lay down.
I'm gonna be. I think what they call in England, I'm gonna get cooked.
Yeah, you're gonna get cooked, mate. You're gonna get cooked, sautéed, everything.
Yeah,
pancakes. Yeah, we've got there. So, but we shall see. We might be getting cooked. Actually, we can't even say anything. Like, we might get cooked, and Kenny Ken might just come and just cook us. So, you know what I mean? We might be eating crow and some pie. So, yeah. So, we'll see you next week, Kenny Ken. Thank you so much. Have a good rest, and thank you for hanging out. See you later. See you later.
Kenny Ken has left the boot dizzy.
So, saying that now, so this is the last little section. Edward was just segueing into it. We are in the booty scene again.
In the building. In the booty scene.
So we have Canelo coming through like the main woo. This is Payday City.
Payday. You want payday? I know that.
So we've got Canelo definitely being touted now for a Terence Bud Crawford fight. Remember, he said he's too small. Remember, he said if I beat him,
I won't get no credit.
Oh, I won't get credit. If I well, he didn't say if I didn't beat him, what will happen? I mean, I'm totally for this fight. I've always been for this fight. Listen, because at the end of the day, we're not those type of fans that were going to say, if Canelo beat Crawford, oh, he was too small. Crawford has called him out. Well, Crawford called him out from jump, so I'm down with it. If the little guy calls out the big guy, we can't then be like, if the big guy beats the little guy, then go, well, you only beat him because you was bigger. No, we're not those types of fuck boy and fuck girl fans, okay? So we take full accountability. He's called him out, and we're fully with it. And yeah, I listen. I saw Crawford. He did these little cryptic things, and and I was like, and then we saw Turkey Al Sheikh come out and say, etc., etc., etc. So this has been penned for the latter part of this year, right?
December this year, January next year, something like that.
Okay, in Riyadh season, it's because Riyadh season opens in September, so it closes the end of March. And
also, I think they said they were thinking about putting Inoue on the card too, as well, or was that another card? I heard.
Yeah, they said they were.
Okay, that's what I see.
I see that somewhere. They said they're not now. Oh, did I say they're not? I thought I saw that somewhere today. Maybe
they're not. Oh, I thought they said they were. I mean, they were considering it.
I thought he was being incorporated in.
Yeah. They said they would put him on, like, I think a Joshua card, or this card. It was one of them. It was one of them.
Yeah, I think it was the Joshua card.
It was the Joshua card. Yeah, it was the Joshua card. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Joshua card. But who was he supposed to be fighting?
They didn't have his opponent name, but they said there was talks of putting him on the card though to fight someone.
That's so good, man. That's something that makes loads of money, and it's good that Shake's seeing the
Oh,
little.
come on, dude! In a way, in a Joshua fight on one card, come on, bro, man.
That is fucking stellar. I am so in the building for that one, mate. What a little guy, the face of boxing for the little guys, and then you got the face of boxing for this hemisphere. Yeah, that's fucking stellar,
Pretty much
mate.
the cash cow or the weight classes on one card altogether.
Yeah, all on one card. A lot of money on that card, boy. I tell you. Okay, so I want to get you guys' takes with who do you think beats each other out of this? I'll start with Country first. Let's go with you, Country. Let's start with you. Let's put us in the four.
Okay.
In the four squares. There's Gal, Country. There's Gal. You can come up with me. Go ahead, Country.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Now, what was the question again?
If Bud and Canelo fight, how do you see that fight going? Like, pitfalls.
I think that's a really good fight. A lot of people saying that Canelo will steamroll Bud. I don't think that Bud will get steamrolled. I know Canelo can take a punch. Bud's a little extra strong. Canelo is getting towards the end of his career, so it is again a lot of intrigue. I'm gonna have to go with Canelo on a points decision, but I think that Bud can do some stuff. I mean, this is the year of surprises, so we'll see if it happens. We'll see.
So you've got Canelo on a points decision. Canelo points. UD, SD, MD. We have to be
I'm thinking MD, majority decision.
Decision. Sorry, it's just want to put up. Kenny loves the bad guys. Don't get again. Yeah. Canelo MG. Okay. We're gonna go with King of King. Go ahead. Okay.
Be honest, I hate that fight. I hate
Dude.
it. I can't stand that fight.
Why?
I don't even know if I should pick it because I'll be honest, if that fight happens, I'm not watching it.
Why?
I don't like Canelo and his circus bullshit fights. Like, bro, no.
How's that circus? Why?
Because Terrence Crawford, right up to now, is a 147 pounder that is moving to 154 supposedly because he haven't fought there yet.
No,
and
he's
going to go fight a dude that's 168.
No, we've got to keep the facts. He's
no. I just gave you the facts.
No. Okay, calm down.
No, I said he's never fought at 154.
He's a 154 pounder because he's already accepted to fight the champion at 154.
Yeah,
so
I didn't say that. I said he never fought at 154. So
yeah,
this will be his first fight at 154, but 100. Nah. I wouldn't watch it. To me, it's a circus fight. So like, I'm just gonna shut myself down. But now I'm good.
Did you watch Jamel Charlo fight Canelo?
No, I didn't.
Why?
For the same reason.
What?
Because it's, to me, first of all, we're talking about a fighter that, regardless of we just gave him a pass of like, but he's a drug cheat. He's a 168 pounder. Like, he's dragging up guys when he has opponents that are his weight. At the very least, he should be moving to 175, fighting somebody. To me, that's some bullshit. It's like cherry picking.
Remember, Bud called him out.
I understand that, but just because somebody calls him out doesn't mean that it's still not a mismatched fight. Like that, I just wouldn't watch it.
Interesting. I think it's very historical because you got a two division undisputed versus another undisputed, one-time undisputed. Both first ballot Hall of Famers. He called him out. So, I mean, You know what I mean? If Bud thinks he's worthy enough to call him out, he thinks he's worthy enough to beat him. Surely, it's just a challenge. Same way that Canelo, because that means we shouldn't watch anybody transcend the weight divisions. Then
It's difference between you working up and then you jumping up 2 weight divisions for one fight. That's not transcending. Transcending is what Inoue is doing. He went from 118, then he went up one more level, took a title.
Roy Jones Jr. did it.
But the same thing with that.
He went light heavyweight and jumped straight to heavyweight.
But even then, it's like
cruiser.
That's I mean, but that was the thing I would say about that is like to me that's a different. I don't know, but like I said, hey, that's just one fight. That's the only one we can. I can name like a bunch where the dude always loses, and then we say afterward like, oh, the guy was just too big. Like that's the shit part that I don't want to watch. It's like, bro, he's just too big. It's 2 divisions. It's like. It's just it's a lot to ask for, and like I said, for him to go up there and then be in a situation when a guy that's notoriously know that scorecards matter on his shit, so he's not. It's just like it's a lot of stuff. I just don't think it's even enough playing to be worth watching. Like he could lose a fight, and I could still think he could lose the fight to Canelo. I could still think he's better than him, and I don't. That to me is kind of a weird feeling to have.
He could still. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I just
don't entertain it because, like I said, boxing there's enough stuff. There's literally 2 divisions back to back. Canelo, I mean, like he could go to 168, win that fight, he's undisputed. But there's literally 2 divisions he could easily dominate. There are within his range where he could easily move up instead of just jumping up. Because, like I said, we all know Canelo's going to be 200 pounds when he comes into that fight. But at his biggest, may be 160.
He'll be 190, maybe depends. 190.
Yeah, he'll be huge. He'll be 190. It's just like I just don't.
And Bud will just still be like he'll be about 170, if that. Yeah, about 170.
If that, yeah.
5.
Soaking wet, he'll be 170. So it's like.
Well, he walks around at 180. So.
Yeah, but that's out of shape. That's not like him.
No,
training.
It's not out of shape. I mean, that's what he walks around at, and he's to be in shape. He walks around at 180.
If he was in shape at 180, why wouldn't he be fighting at 175? 180 means you got weight on your body that you're not in fighting shape.
Around weight doesn't mean you're out of shape. It just means
I don't mean he's fat, but he's not in fighting shape. His fighting shape is 140. Like, let's look at him at 147. Did he look like he was diced? Like that's fighting shape.
Making 147 is too hard for him, so we can see.
I'm saying, well, even at 154, he's still going to look like at 147, like he's grown into the weight. But I'm looking at him even then. Yeah, it was hard for him to make it, but it wasn't like he was struggling. Like he's a professional. But when they walk around weight is not their fight weight. I don't mean like they're out of shape, like they're fat or something. But I just mean that's not his fighting weight.
Yeah, I know.
He's not in shape. Yeah.
A lot of people walk around with it. It doesn't mean they're out of shape. But yeah, and Bud's one of them. Like Floyd Mayweather's walk around weight.
But what's Canelo's walk away around weight then?
190. That's what I already said.
No, you said that fight night he'd be 190. So
yeah,
you tell me
what he walks around at is 190. That's what he said.
I don't know. He's still too big.
Yeah, like fight night, he could rehydrate to 185. He could rehydrate to 190. He could rehydrate. Just depends how his camp. In this fight, with Munguia, he weighed in at 166, which is a career light for him to, as a super middleweight. So it's just because Bud's fighting at 168 doesn't mean he comes in at 168 or 167. Can easily come in at like 164, 163, 164.
There's a reason why Bud Crawford's been fighting down where he's at.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's called out Canelo.
Yeah, I said, hey, I mean, it's cool. Go ahead and watch that. But I just said I don't agree with it. So I probably
calling out Jamal Charlo. So okay,
yeah,
so
I didn't watch that either. So you're not really making.
Okay, so you can't be objective on this matter. Cool, no worries.
No, I'm being objective because you're bringing up Jamar Charlo twice now, and both times I said I've never even watched that fight for the same reason.
Because you don't like the fight, you can't see who could win.
No, that's why I said I'm not even going to judge because it's not good. It wouldn't be an objective opinion.
Yeah,
okay. That's what I said already.
Right, AJ, go ahead.
Let's see. Bud versus Canelo at 168. Well, there are going to this fight
or against the fight.
I'm for it. it's just a myriad of intrigue to me because it's just that like I mean because I like fights like this because I just like to see if the lower guy can come up and win. You know, that's why I'm for it. So
and he called out the big guy.
He called him out, and
in boxing, that's what happens. So that's what always happened. This is a new.
That, and he's the number, like I said, one of the top 2 pound for pound fighters in the sport. So if Canelo, if he took it and Canelo beat him, hey, how could you not give him credit? You know, so because everybody's saying he's a small guy, whatever. It's like, hey, you know, top 2 pound, like
he's a phenomenon. It's not regular small guy. So this is what I'm saying. Like Canelo is deemed as not the regular small. He's small for his division, but he's not deemed as as the small small special one in his division, in his field. Anyway, is deemed as the special one in his field. Usyk is the special one in his field. Terence Crawford is deemed as the special one. So I have no problems with the special ones doing stuff.
Trying to go up and be great, yeah.
Special.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the fight goes, that's as far as the fight. You say that again, Hall of Fame. Facts. But as far as how the fight would go, could Terence Crawford win? Yes. Well, I pick him. Will I pick him to win? No.
Okay.
I would not. I mean, because there's just there's underlying questions that need to be answered. Like, how will Bud look at 168? How will he take Canelo's punches?
Do you think Bud's going to weigh in at 168? Are we to?
No, probably not. I mean, but
168. We are to that, aren't we? We do know that at least, right? He can come anything over 161.
He can come at anything between 160 and 168.
Yeah, so we do know that, right? Okay.
We do, yeah.
All right.
So he doesn't have to fully come. I mean, he'll still be heavier regardless.
168 or 167. I think they don't realize that you can find a good weight and what's optimum for you. I've always said it. I actually saw a boxer say it yesterday, and I was just like, I said it in our group. So I've always got receipts when I say things, and then I see it's being said on the TV, and I'm like, okay, well, I must be right somehow because these boxers are saying the same thing as I said. Listen, Bud can come in at 164. He can come in at 165. He can come in at 163. He's got to realize what the optimum bracket is for him. You don't have to be coming at 167 and 68 and 167 and 3/4. No, he's going to come in within that thingy. And what's optimum for him, that he doesn't have to shake off too much speed, but he's going to have to shave off a little bit more speed because he's coming in a little heavier, but also he's going to carry more power as well. Not saying that power is just obviously going to knock out Canelo, because I don't think it does, in my opinion. But I just want everybody to be on that even grounded, because Edward sounds really upset. And I'm not really sure why he's so
I'm
upset.
not upset. I just said I don't agree with the fight. You shouldn't take it as that.
You
just
sound
because no, I wasn't upset. The thing about it was I was just trying to make sure you characterize what my point was right. I wasn't upset about it. I'm just saying that I don't like the fight. That doesn't mean I hate boxing, and no, it just means I don't like the fight.
We're just all okay. Well, I'm speaking.
I mean, this is my opinion, and I left it at that.
Yeah, I just wanted to know why you hated the fight. That I'm still not clear.
If you're not clear, the only way, because the weight. The weight is my issue. The fact of the matter is the weight discrepancy, and I'm like, Canelo always got some kind of weird advantage like that. So I'm not no. I don't think I think he got people that are his size that he need to deal with, and dragging Crawford up there, to me, I think it's some bullshit. It gives him an advantage of, once again, that for somebody who we say is people want to tell us is a Hall of Famer, shouldn't be still wanting to have at his advanced age in his career. Like, you should, these are like, this is that to me, like I said, it's a circus fight to me. So I'm like, I'm cool off that. And I think Canelo's gotten too many opportunities like that. And
so what, pound for pound, who's better out of the two?
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm just asking. It's your
what was the point of the question? I already answered that question. So I said that Terence Crawford's number one, but so once again,
okay.
And because in real life,
I'm just wondering, if he's number one pound for pound, why can't he?
Because if they were the same size, I would pick him to beat him, and that, like we just gave the definition, pound for pound, where weight doesn't matter. But in this issue, in reality, there is a weight difference. So it's the same thing, like we're just saying. Like that's just me, like saying when AJ said, anyways, number one, I would be like, whoa, if they fought right now, but you know, there is a weight difference. That's the bottom line. So even though he's a better skill set, in reality, he's smaller than Canelo. So in real life, if they fought, Canelo doesn't beat him because of skill. He beats dudes like it. Like I said, he beats them because they're bigger. Like we were talking about anyway, he moving up in weight. There's guys they're less skilled than him. That if he fought them at 130, he might lose to them. Not because they're better than him or they're more skilled than him, it's because they outweigh him. So that's the difference right there. So like I said, this fight to me, Canelo has other options of people that he should be dealing with that are closer to his size.
Yeah, I'm not that. Bud, get your payday, mate. Get your payday. Bud's actually taller than Canelo as well. But I know what you're saying, but Bud's actually taller than Canelo by, I think, an inch. Bud's 5'9", Canelo's says he's 5'8" on BoxRec, but he's like 5'7". So he's the taller lad. He's got the longer reach. And he's the most accomplished out of the two in just talking about the undisputed, two division, whereas Canelo. So I don't see it as so uneven. In my opinion, I just don't see it like, oh, this is mad uneven. I don't. I just believe in the dude's skill set. And but go ahead, AJ. Sorry, because we did. If Bud comes in at 165 for 168 match, that's missing weight, Bud will get fined by commission. Can he not come in 65, 60?
I mean, well, that's if the fight's contracted at 168 solely. I mean, if it's not, then he could come away in between 160 and 168. That's my belief, right? I mean,
yeah, he can. Yeah, rolling. We're not talking about. What about? Would you think? Okay, someone's got a question for you, Edward El Gramos. Said, King of Kings, Sugar Ray went up to 160 to beat Hagler. I feel Bud is cut from the same cloth and could get. Let's go with R to the left.
I wanted to piggyback off for what.
Yeah, come on. You're on track now, are ya? We're not going to be talking about Forrest Whitaker.
No. You know what? Because I'm still not feeling well, but I just wanted to piggyback off of what King of King was saying. Yeah. I 100% agree with him.
Okay.
I don't think it. I think to me, I know Crawford called out the fight, but it is a bullshit fight, and I don't really care about that fight one way or the other because it doesn't change the fact that Terrence Crawford, to me, in my eyes, is a better overall fighter than Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
I mean Canelo, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And it is a circus fight.
How?
And I'm just like,
why?
Yeah, it is. No, but you know what? It's just like because that's just proven. I'm not saying that. I don't care who calls out who. I think it's just a way of Bud trying to say, first of all, it's a money grab to Bud. So I think he probably knows there's a chance that he might lose anyway.
Do you think Bud goes
I really think this is just my opinion.
Do you think
I think he might?
Do you think someone that runs kind of like towards the fire thinks they're going to lose? Whereas you got the guy, hang on, I haven't finished. Whereas you got the guy that says, "Oh, what's the point of me fighting him because he's too small and I won't get the credit." That's someone running away from it, and someone that believes in their skills, they run towards. So I don't think he thinks it's a money grab. We've never seen Bud do things just as a money grab, all of a sudden lose all his integrity and his moral code of conduct. So I don't see how that. I just think he can see his skill set. He believes he's pound for pound number one. And if you guys are touting this guy as top 4, and he's the cash cow, I believe I can beat him. So I'm going to show you lot all.
But what I'm saying is that I hear what you're saying, but I'm not saying that he's going in thinking that he's going to lose. But of course, when you go in a fight, you have every intention of winning and believe that you're going to win. But you know, there's times that you know you can win, but if you don't knock the guy out or if you don't like clean his clock, it's always that chance that, you know, they could go against you. Canelo had fights that I've seen personally that it could have went the other way, but they still gave it to Canelo, and it happened more than 3 times.
I know it was they was trying to, but Bivol still beat him. They gave it to Bivol.
I understand that, but I'm talking about before that. In my opinion, I've seen like 2 fights.
We can't talk about before. We could talk about what's happened. He's got 2 losses. We know. Lara, I didn't have Lara beating him. Sorry, a lot of people did. Canelo beat Lara. I had that, but Canelo beating Lara.
Mm-hmm.
Canelo didn't.
I think Triple G won the first fight.
Number 1 or number 2 draw. Number 1 Triple G 9-3 10-2. Second fight draw. I had it. Third fight, we know that's happened. Moving along, Bivol beat him. So I mean,
okay,
Crawford could still get. Everyone's acting like Crawford cannot get the decision. Like,
I mean, I'm not saying that.
So
okay, I'm not saying he cannot get the decision. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can't know what's going to happen in the future. I really don't know, but I would not say that just because even if Crawford do win the fight, in my eyes, and maybe if he does edge it out in my eyes, that doesn't mean that he's going to get the decision. I mean, proven from history before. I mean, even before the
So he shouldn't go for what he needs
he should go
because
I'm not telling him what he should do.
So he's in case he doesn't get the decision. So he should base his thing all around Canelo and how Canelo is judged. So let's give Canelo all that credence and not even bother challenge ourselves with him because he may win on the cards.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I agree with
that powerful. Please don't give him that much power.
No. I don't even like Canelo, and you know that. But I'm just saying I agree with King of Kings was saying. To me, it looks like instead of fighting Bud, really, he should fight the people that that's in his division. And I think right now a fight with Bud is like he's just like Bud is kind of, even though I love Bud, he's going like to the front of the line only because of what he's done at 147. And I think Bud, it's a chance that Bud can beat him, of course. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, but I think that there's people right now that can beat Canelo that like just in my opinion, I mean, I think David Benavidez should give him a fight.
He's not at 168, he's at 175.
Okay, well, Canelo fought at 175 before.
He ain't going up. But see, so now everyone's moving. So you think Canelo should not fight smaller fighters, but the smaller fighters, the bigger fighters, should fight Canelo if he wants to. Like, so it's okay if Canelo moves up to go and fight David Benavidez, but it's not okay for. But no, let's just do 168 because that's where you said that he's supposed to clean out. Who's there to clean out? Who's he to fight? Exactly, there isn't. So what my whole point is, didn't you guys mind to see Alicia Baumgardner move up and fight Clarissa Shields? Okay, exactly. See, this is where the hypocrisy.
Wait. Are you asking in general?
And this is what everybody.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand because first of all, the Alicia Baumgardner fight was always a joke. Like that never was going to happen. Nobody was in favor of her coming up to fight that. That's whoever you've been talking to. And just like I said, just to respond to hold on. Just to respond to what?
I'm just talking to Arlette and then I'll let you have the floor. Just don't over talk me.
Oh yeah, right. No problem.
Yeah, thank you. So it wasn't a joke. We was only saying it was a joke that she was calling out Clarissa Shields and wanting Clarissa Shields to come down to 47. We was all saying, and many a time on this show and not on this show, that if she wanted to fight Clarissa Shields, she needs to go up to Clarissa Shields' weight. Did we not say that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
yeah,
so that's changed. Why has it changed for Bud?
No, how did it change? I just said.
So why isn't it? Why can't Bud do that? He called out
But
Canelo.
to me, I feel it like the same way too. I don't take that seriously like how I took Alicia Baumgartner fighting
I just don't understand.
Clarissa Shields. I don't think that seriously either. I never even thought.
You would have hated boxing back in the day then when you would have saw Tommy Earns be a 7-division champion.
Okay, well that's back in the days, but they're not cut on the same cloth. I'm not I don't take that seriously either.
Bud's trying to be cut from that. He's trying to cut from that cloth. If he wants to,
but you're saying that I'm being a hypocrite.
If Charlo gets called up to do it and he does it, and Bud offers to do it because he wants to do it, I don't understand how all of a sudden boxing 101 is against that. The smaller fighter can't move up and fight a bigger fighter. But
I understand, but you just said that. I always thought that Clarissa. I always thought that Alicia Baumgartner and Clarissa Steele. I felt like that was a joke fight anyway. I felt that. I never changed my mind on that.
I think you guys should just watch 1 division champs. That's it.
No, I didn't say that.
Division champs. Any champs
that
any champs that are trying to move up. It's a no bueno. Like you lot are totally anti it.
No, sis. Because Alicia Baumgartner has so much on her plate.
She does.
That she can fight.
She can clean.
She doesn't need to be calling out Clarissa Steele.
Yeah, but there's a
and I can't. And I won't put Clarissa. I will not put.
That's a multi-division champ.
Yeah, but why are we comparing Baumgartner with Bud?
Baumgartner's not a multi-division champ, so there's
I understand, but I never put the comparison out with him. You did.
Yeah, I did. So, but that comparison is with boxing. There's multi-division champs. They're allowed to move up and challenge other champs. Why is it a circus if a champ wants to move up and be a champ somewhere else? So what if
I still don't understand why you brought up Baumgartner though?
Because I brought up Baumgartner because everybody was saying that Baumgartner, it was only acceptable for Baumgartner to fight Clarissa Shields as her calling out the champ. And we thought it was an audacity, her calling out Clarissa Shields to come down. We was
I agree.
We was never reverse for her to calling out the champ and going up to fight her. But we was also stating that her calling out Clarissa Shields is wild because there's a division or two that's thriving that she should clean out. Now, the difference is that Bud has cleaned out. Okay, he did his 147. He did his 140. He did his one. He's a multi-division champ. So just because he's now going to 154, he doesn't have to clean out 154 for everybody to be respected.
But
if he wants to go up to fight Canelo as a multi-division champ, 2-division undisputed, it shouldn't be sniffed at as like, well, he should be cleaning out 154. He's 2-division undisputed.
But I never said that.
I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry, I never said that though.
No, I know. I'm seeing that also in the chat, so I can see people saying Bud should clean out 154. I can see. I'm watching the chat as well as I'm speaking to you. But go ahead.
No, but can I just say something really fast? I'm not saying Bud could call out on Canelo. I don't have a problem with him calling out Canelo and him wanting to be great. But I could see where King of Kings is saying that as a fan, let's just say if Canelo beats Bud, let's just say that. I'm not going to look at that win for Canelo like, oh God, he took but what a great! It doesn't really matter to me. So you know what I'm saying? It doesn't to me. It doesn't diminish anything that's
like Canelo. So that's the reason why you're saying that. Because if it was that you guys like, it is. I know it is. I know you and him both don't like Canelo. I get it.
No, it has nothing to do with it. See, wait. Now, see, you said you let me speak, but you just been like, look. That has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with like disliking Canelo. Wait, hold on. I'm just saying. Look,
No, I am going to let you speak, but you said I'm going to let you speak, but you've been doing what have I been doing?
You keep saying they like you just said you just referred to me again, and I'm like, yo, I'm just like, let me make my point.
Go ahead, go ramble, go on.
Nobody's rambling, but you. Okay.
Okay. Well,
ma'am, if you want me, if I'm allowed to speak, I'll speak. Thank you.
Well, you're not allowed to speak then. Go ahead, Arlette. Yeah, you're not allowed.
No, I'm just listening. But I mean, yeah, part of it is that I don't like Canelo, but I'm just being real. Like it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any.
Not today.
It doesn't.
Don't play yourself. Go ahead, Arlette.
Keep talking. Okay. I'll just leave your goofy ass show. Fuck it. I mean, whatever. If you can't have a different opinion, that's on you. That's on you. So it's all good. Hey, it's all good. Hey, stay up, champ.
Nobody
keep out.
Respectful. Fuck off.
No, and watch you talk a bunch of shit when I get off because that's what you do.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
You just start to unravel.
Off a porch.
You start to unravel. That's what you do.
No, it's not unravel. You just don't let nobody. You don't allow opinions outside of your own, and then you start getting mad. So you said you are y'all.
Yeah, that was the segue.
There's only two people talking. So who are you talking about?
So that was the segue onto you. If I say you still want to speak,
and when I started speaking, you didn't let me say nothing. But it's all good.
Go ahead. Are you not? You don't want to speak now, do you?
No, I'm just look. I'll address, like I said. There's a few points like somebody in the chat brought up.
Because
Sugar Ray Leonard, I'll just address that real quick so that you can see the difference. Sugar Ray Leonard went to 150 and fought Kevin Howard before he fought Marvelous guy. So he actually moved up progressively one weight division at a time. So it wasn't straight to that division. So that necessarily isn't a good example of that happening.
He was goofy. That was a good statement on a goofy ass show. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just. He wanted to hear it, so I was just trying to address his point. So that's why I was saying on that.
I don't understand.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. If where I would see this fight be possible, if he fought at 154, right, and his next fight was at 160, then I would see it happen.
I wonder why. I'd never go on anyone's show that I think's goofy.
Well, you were behaving that way, so I called you goofy. You want to get mad? I mean, it's cool. I could be quiet and get off your show. It's not a big deal. I mean, hey, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. It's all good.
You always do it to yourself. If you don't,
it's not do it to yourself. But it's like if you don't want me, it is your show. I can leave. I mean,
calling my show goofy, me out of my night, and that's why
I'm saying you would be. Yeah, when I say goofy, you were being goofy. So I mean, would you want me to lie to you about it?
And you always keep saying that. Anytime
you were being goofy. So I mean, what am I supposed to say?
Me goofy doesn't mean my show's goofy. You said you're goofy.
Okay, excuse me. Sham was goofy. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, well, just
as long as I be specific.
Yeah, make sure you're specific. Yeah, because I wouldn't be anywhere that's goofy, because that then would make me by default goofy too.
I mean, I've left before. I don't want to leave permanently. I mean, you could ban me from the show forever. I don't care. Like I'm just saying, you were being goofy, so I clarified it, so you can't make the point again. You were being goofy.
I don't ban anyone. I'm just wondering every time.
Goofy. So I called you out for it, and then that's it. Like I was just trying to address the point. That's it.
Every time you get into your way, you always say my show's goofy.
I actually used different terms before. I might have said punk ass show before. I did say that before. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying, but at that time, that's what I felt. So look, if you want me to edit myself and be somebody, I can do that. I can be, but I'm not a mark. So forget about it.
If it's a punk ass show, don't go on a punk.
You're still salty about that now? Okay, so all right, I promise. All right, I will never come back on here again if you want it that way.
Because you must think it's that. If you keep saying,
because you were being goofy, because you're sitting you're having a conversation with the chat, and we're thinking you're talking to us because you're talking to us. So it's like, who is they? Like, it's hard to have a conversation when somebody refers to they. Say, well, who's they? What's their name? Explain. What was the point that was made? It's difficult to have that conversation with somebody when they do that.
Plural, they, and I said it. Like you said, goofy ass show. I said they. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you were referring to me. And then you made the point, and then I was like, "Yo, you're not even let me interject." So, and then you missed the point of what I had a problem with. Why can't you just accept the fact that I didn't like the fight? That's it. It's not about disliking any fighter.
I don't know.
Does somebody have that? Why do I have to have the same opinion?
Go ahead, Arlette.
But no. But could I? What I'm saying?
You lot do the show.
Okay, I just wanted to just say this short thing, and then you guys can keep on going.
No,
you just said something that how me and King of Kings are saying that because we don't like Canelo. I'm not speaking for King of Kings. I don't know
You don't like Canelo,
why his
go ahead.
reasoning,
Yeah.
but I know I don't like Canelo.
Both of you
Yeah,
don't.
but for a lot of
Everything
different
I said was a
reasons.
fact.
But
now you're
I do respect some of the stuff he does. But the reason why, because even Canelo himself said that he's not going to get any credit. Canelo himself said that. So I mean, you can't get mad at me feeling that same way, and I felt that way even before he said that way.
That same way. I was just trying to put things into thingy because I think there's certain layers of hypocrisy, and sometimes there's a bit of subjectivity and not being objective. You can say, do you know what? I don't really like the fight, but because we just discussed pound for pound, and I think maybe Bud, like I said, is number one pound for pound. I just think maybe his skill set still just beats Canelo's, or Canelo still beats him, but it doesn't, like what he said, it doesn't reflect that I think that Canelo's better. He was almost in a huff as I asked the question. We can run the playback. When you lot run it back, hear how irked KOK was when the
Not
question.
by the question, but by the fight. And I said that off the rib. That was the first thing I said. I said I don't like the fight. It's not a. You're sitting there trying to make it more than what it is. You're right. I'm admitting that off the rib. When you mentioned the fight, I said the fight is a circus fight. I don't like the fight. Did I not say that? So that's not about being irked or being irritated. It's the fact of the matter is that I think it's not. I respect Terrence Crawford's legacy, and I feel like that he should not offer nothing to something but a body like Canelo, who has always tried to take advantage of situations. But you just can't hear that because you just fine. You like the fight. Just because I disagree doesn't mean it's in the world. Then you brought up a relevant point, Jermell Charlo, and I had the same consistent position. I didn't watch that fight either. So nice try. So I'm staying consistent. There is no hypocrisy. It's just you don't like people disagreeing. I'm sorry that I don't agree with you.
You're irked.
I'm hurt by your behavior afterwards because it's just goofy. Like I said, you're being goofy.
You're loud.
You're being goofy. You're being goofy.
You're loud and you're
I'm not loud. My mic is just right here in front of my face. What do you mean?
I can't see your face. You can see mine. I can't see yours.
Okay, look, keep being goofy. It's cool. I mean, it is what it is.
Advantage
that's how you feel you win. Oh, you raised your voice. I win. Oh, that eliminates all your points because you spoke in an elevated voice.
The majority,
come on, man, grow up.
You know what I mean? I can't see y'all. Most of you guys can see me. You can read my facial expressions. You can see when I'm upset. You can see when I'm happy. But you guys don't hide your fucking avatars. So shut the fuck up and let's not go down that.
Oh, you can cuss. Okay. Go cry in the corner. Go feel sorry for yourself. I'm sorry that I hurt little Shanny Poo. Go ahead and feel sorry for yourself. It's all good. It's all good. Peace out. I'll dip. Hey, man, y'all got it, man. Peace out, y'all. Enjoyed it as usual.
Oh, God.
Yes.
No, yes. Just this is his temper.
I'm not understanding.
Temper though. You just keep talking mess, and you think I'm just going to tolerate it. I'm not no punk, so you need to calm yourself down. Go dunk your head in some water and cool down. You'll be all right. It'll be all right.
Care. They don't care.
Cry me a river. Cry me a river. It's all good.
Why is there tears?
Because you're the one getting all sad about it. Talking about I'm the one I'm coming to be the arbiter.
We know you have to make it about you. Go ahead.
No, it's about you. It's all good. Go ahead, Arlen. My bad.
It's not about me. It's just about trying to do the call. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just listening. I just called for just thinking that off of what he said about the, about the dope, like carnival kind of atmosphere. Like, even though I do agree, it's Bud that called out the fight. And you know what I'm saying? But, like, I never considered them fighting because of the weight divisions and stuff like that. But at the same time, I have to agree.
I don't care now. Sorry.
I mean, at the same time.
So I can get off.
I'm sorry. I don't, this kind of, but I'm just saying, I don't really feel like if Canelo wins this, it's just, in my opinion, it just doesn't look like does it really change anything? He just fought a guy that
I don't care about the topic anymore. I don't care. So the show's closing down now. We finished. Thanks a lot.
I
don't care
understand,
about the
Sam.
topic. I don't care about the topic. I was trying to hear everyone's opinion and trying to offer some pushback on certain areas. But obviously, people throw their toys out of the pram, just like I offered pushback with the pound for pound. But when it was someone else's pound for pound favorite, and I agreed, then it was all thingy.
It had nothing to do with it. And nothing to do with it. Try better. Do better.
Yeah.
Do better. It has nothing to do with it. But because you weren't listening, you aren't aware of that. So
already
sorry.
ruined the show already.
Hey, the best way to listen is not to speak and then you hear. And then you understand what people will say because it had nothing to do with it.
Are you
Just
finished?
be consistent and don't be a hypocrite because it's not the same thing. It's two different things, but you compare apples to oranges and wonder why it doesn't make sense.
About you, because
An apple is not an orange. Sorry.
Temper.
You try harder.
Always rab up.
Try harder.
That's what you do.
If you keep on fussing, it's like I don't understand.
Shut up. Who cares what you got to say, my nigga? Anyway, thank you, Arlette, for the call. Thank you very much, girl.
Thank you, sir.
I'm motherfucking out. You motherfuckers piss me the fuck off. Yeah. This is what we do. Don't unmute yourself, because please don't. AJ, thank you for joining me. Tell them where they can find you.
Yep, you can find me here on Twitter. And sorry, I meant to get off sooner. I just but the conversation dragged a bit. Didn't want to just dip out without announcing. So
Yeah, no, it's fine.
That
was the last topic.
Okay, cool, for sure. Yeah, I'll take it easy. You can find me on Twitter, and of course, Chan, always a pleasure. Got a little intense. We'll chop it up in the.
People, they be throwing their toys, get a little pushback, man, and it goes all there. Tits up, love. Shout out.
No problem. We'll chop it up later in the chat, though. We'll be cool.
Yeah, thank you so much. Love you. Mwah, mwah.
Me too.
AJ's left the booties. You know, sometimes you gotta have a little bit of spiciness on the Lady Shad show now. No, it goes like that. This is what I don't lose love, because that's how it goes on this show. Thank you for Arlette for calling in as well. We had to wrap a bitch up and wrap a nigga up. You know. Oh God. Anyway, guys, we've got a special guest on Thursday. So we're gonna have two-time heavyweight campeón del mundo. Will be Tim Witherspoon. That's right. So we'll have him coming in on Thursday. You know, we like to get the great legendary. Oh man, I've had the pleasure of actually being on the panel with him, and amazing. Shouts out to Bruce Gass. Thank you, Bruce Gass. I was on the panel with Bruce Gass. Go over and subscribe to Bruce Gass. Thank you, Bruce. And Bruce was here earlier, and we was chopping it up with hanging with the lads. It was me, Bruce, and Tim. So this was a couple of weeks back. So we had a really good time. And it was like, oh god damn, you know you're boxing. And it was like got on like a house of fire. A nice gentleman, you know, doesn't call my show goofy, punk ass, you know, has respect. Even when there was two difference of opinions, and we offered everybody pushback and that on that show as well. One time it was me and Tim agreeing on something against Bruce, and then it was Bruce and Tim agreeing on something against me, and then it was me and Bruce agreeing on something against Tim Witherspoon. Nobody called anybody's show bitch ass, punk ass, goofy ass. Nobody disrespected because of those elements. But you know, some people, they be behind their keys, honey. They be behind their little avatars. You know, you guys get to see me. You see me. So you see when I'm pissed. You see when I'm happy. You see when I'm excited. You see that. Yeah, you won't be closing out no show for me. So there's no point. If that's what you want, we catch that on the flip side, my nigga. Yeah, because that's what we're not gonna do. You know, people need to have some restraint, especially when it's a man and they're slightly older than you. You'd think they would have, you know, just a little restraint, and it'd be like, yeah. But, you know, obviously you can't. Tempers are fray and tempers are fray. I'll match a nigga's temper all day, every damn day. Twice on a motherfucking Sunday. No, you didn't offer pushback. You was being mean. You was being mean. That's what you was doing. You was being mean. You was. And I didn't cry. There's not one tear on this glowing face. Sorry. I know. I have class, by default. I do have class. So if you think I don't have class, that's up to you. I'm not the one that was unraveling. It always looks crazy when a man unravels. So, yeah. There's no crying in boxing. Yeah. No, I wasn't talking indirectly because at first I was talking to the chat, which I have a big TV here. So I saw people saying, I think it was Con and somebody else saying Bud should clean out the 154 division. So I was talking at that, but then I was also talking about the Baumgartner thing. So I said they, right? They. Then you jumped in about, no. Okay, so we don't care what you got to say. Because this is what you do. You unravel. Mate, I was born with more class than you'd even know how to spell it. Please. If I tell you where I'm from, you don't know. You stay on the other side of your avatar. Google me. Anyway, guys, this has been fun. I've still thoroughly enjoyed. I was just impersonating me. Oh, have you? Saying crazy stuff. My channel has uploads. Okay, Alonzo. Don't worry. Let me see. Well, then, Alonzo, drop me a message. You know where you can drop me, and don't spell my name with one N. It's two. You know where you can message me. Message me, and I'll speak to you. But I was so over that topic because that was the last bit of the topic. Sometimes you got to get back to the, when you get back to the beginnings where it's like you're still fighting to this day.
Still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. You just sit here, you don't know what I'm...
They don't realise it's your show, it's your channel. Get the fuck out of here. It's my motherfucking night.
Please get the fuck out of here, man. It's my night.
I know you hated it. It's fine.
Hated it.
Yeah. But we're here to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. A lot of these cats, they don't like it, so help me God.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
At least you got a free membership anyway. I'd say you got the one. So shouts out for Fatty for giving you the membership. Thank you, Fatty. Yeah. Thank you very much. We deal with stats, facts, and fucking data around here. We do. We do. Shouts out to Kevin Samuels. Where are you? Mm-hmm.
I have opinions just like anyone else. You got opinions. But unlike what you're doing is I bring facts, data, statistics, things you can go look up yourself.
Shouts out to the Godfather. Rest in peace. I just know the sport of boxing that people transcend divisions, and these motherfuckers should just watch one division boxing. Tommy Hearns would look at them and be like, ¿Cómo, dónde, cuándo, por qué? No lo sé, no me importa. Tonto. If he was Spanish, maybe that would have been Roberto Duran, because I don't know where these cats are really watching boxing, where they complain that boxers to climb 2 divisions because only solely based off the hate of that they don't like that fighter. I'm not the biggest Canelo fan in that way. I appreciate the things he does, and I don't appreciate the things that he should do and doesn't do. But if we're trying to do a show on that, and then you come in into the chat fully spazzing out, is that deep? Knowledge is work. Knowledge is key. You know me. I'm an artist. I'm a crime artist. I do this every day, twice on a Sunday. I do this in my sleep. You can't beat me. You won't beat me. You shan't beat me. Sight for Guan, you know? Sight for Ross Clark Guan.
So if it gone, not bad to see nothing because nothing not got gone. Lock off your eyes, cough, me make you cough.
I could see anybody's point that they don't like the fight, but you know what I mean? These niggas is light work, man, when you got them just fucking that irked. I don't know. Stick to your one, pick a division and stick to it. Because them the like we don't like them.
Them not like me, some me not like them. Man, I figure set this straight and clarify. Put fire upon a pagan, aim for the cranium. Turn off the news, there's a bag of lies. Worst ways, man, wanna inform up, bun Babylon and every one of them dirty guys. And if they wanna go around the order, I guarantee somebody's dropping flight.
No trabaja fácil para ti, para mí. Sí, not for you. Anyway, sin embargo, recuerda mi gente del mundo, mi gente de boxeo, estoy lista para ti, para todos. Siempre mi hermano, mi negro, ¿sí? Ya tú sabes.
Listos para los chingazos. Listos para los chingazos.
I am that bitch. Always will be that bitch. I signed up for the job. I got it. And you hate it. You can't beat me. You can't beat me. You can't beat me. Because why? Because I am the female Sren Garley. Let's go.
It's hype, you suck at life, you don't want a round three. Worship the queen and your mic the pass. Keep it real, these chicks couldn't wipe my anyway, now let's go get Ferrari. I am the ultimate Bengali. These chickens can't even spell that. You hoes bugging, repel that.
I could be goofy. People agreed with me, you know. There's lots of, you know, sometimes in life when there's scammers. There's scammers, you know, there's scammers that they do digits and numbers and scam. You run into a good few of those on YouTube. A lot of people would agree with me there too. I will have a great night. I will have a good night. I will have a super noche. Siempre. Yeah, you know. So, you know, shouts out to the scammers out there. To the scammers, you know. We got it. Scam. And that, like, they'll have all this in the chat. And see me, I'll just get on the call. But they can't get on the call because they need to do this. It highlights them. You know, I was born in the light. You know, I can share some. It's not a problem. See you later. Yeah, not a problem. You got a lot of chat from the chat. I guess that's what the chat's for, because you just chat. And this is light work for me. You know me. You know where we come. We come from the motherfucking swamps. Yeah. No, you could do it on a call. That's where you could do it. You can speak on the phone. You could do that. Why does it got to be? Do you want me to put you on here? Go ahead. Oh, yeah, look. Yeah, because... No, I didn't block you. Where would I block you? Why do you say these things? You just... How can you be blocked and you're just there at the back? Do you just say things for the sake of saying things? God damn. This nigga. Yeah. Where was you blocked? Go ahead. Why? If I could see you in the chat. Look. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. That's all I was seeing. Yeah. Sometimes you need a little bit of Jerry. Sometimes you just do. Anyway, it's all good. Guys, thank you very much for joining me on the weekly wrap up. Shiggity word. Shiggity We got 134 of you lot watching the melee madness. I've actually had fun. We've had actually a really good show, chopping it up and getting through all of the Right, so I got to go. I got some good news coming up soon. Anyway, some really good news. People watching this channel right now, they're like, God damn, this is what we do. This is what we having. Okay. Yeah, it's a great show. Just get on my goddamn nerves. It's all right. I clearly get on yours. I never lose love. Like, you know what I mean? I always good. Trust me, people. I've come a motherfucking long way in these YouTube streets. If you see what I had to combat with, crazy wild, you know. So I'm proud of my growth. I'm proud of the trajectory that I'm on. I'm proud of the tolerance that I've built up. I'm proud of the thicker skin that, and some of you guys that are in the chat been rocking with me since 2020, ending of 2020 and into 2021. I came right at the end of 2020 from the pandemic, and you guys know I come from the motherfucking trenches. So yes, I do believe that I do exemplify class. But you know, just because I have to shut things down at times doesn't mean that I'm a classless hoe. That's not me. So yeah, guys, we're gonna be back for Tim Weatherspoon on the motherfucking flip side. So as I always sign off, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Anyway, I'm gone. Love you all, I promise. Thanks for rocking with me. We got some good things. Keep rocking. Hey girl, it's Leah the Shambret, none less. I got to laugh. Got what's with Shan. Gyan! God. The unraveling. This is the booty scene. Gyan!
Yeah, shot!
Fight!